Ken's here. Hi. Hi, Starlight. Hey, hey, hey. Hello. Let me move this lady out of the way real quick, man. Don't need the attitude, thank you. I'm good. It's 11 a.m. here. I need to restock. We saw retail quickly here. It's hard to keep up. Yeah, I'll be posting the results on the page. Also, just so everyone's aware, some were here for it, some weren't. I did a test strand of lightener under here on the doll head and it melted right off. The doll head is human hair. The problem though is that it's from China. So this is level 2 hair lifted to this golden tone. So trying to put anything over that is just gonna fry it off. So what I did instead was I grabbed some blonde extensions. Haven't opened them yet. I'm not opening anything until we get started. These blonde extensions are also pre-lightened. Plus extensions take color a little bit better. They're more absorbent than regular, just non-extension hair is. So we're gonna go with that. Anything color safe. It's more about using cool water for red hair. Perfect? Far from it. Absolutely far from it. If I am your standard of perfect, what time is it? 5 minutes. I started drinking 0 sugars, like all soda. I do not like diet because it lingers. I don't mind the taste of diet. I just don't like how it lingers. Zeros taste a little better than diet. They taste like diet, but they don't linger. Yeah, I like burp. That's why we sell it. My apron is by Victory Barbers. A lot of people that do like work in like their garages and shops at home get these. My friend Jace, they got one because they really like mine, and it's the one that they always wear when they're doing their projects in their garage. Victory Barbers. This one was 90, has a crossback on it, plus a lower strap. And then what's really cool about this one is it has a zipper right here. So all the hair that accumulates in there, you can unzip it and shake it out and get the hair out. I don't think about Arctic Fox. So before we actually get like started on this, I'm gonna place 4 extension pieces. I'm doing this in a way that like Brad's fans can't be like, oh, he switched the mannequin heads. If you know, you know. You guys can see that I'm opening this. Let's put it in there for now. Okay, packaging. They're like, you can purchase it, you just can't use it. It's only for looking at. So we're gonna get those bad boys set up. Just take them both out at the same time. See? Yeah, this is gonna be good. I like ran to a beauty supply in Jansen Beach, which is in Portland, just a little ways away from me. No, not those shears, John, come on. Okay, I can't show you what I'm cutting this with, just so you guys can see that I'm not switching it. Because what I'm cutting it with has the word switch in it, and the other word is blade. So I can't really show you guys that here on on TikTok without getting violations. So I want you guys to see the hair. So yeah, I carry a switchblade. Those that are wondering. I have a stalker, you know. Okay. I need to get a trays. That's the last thing that I need for the salon. I want you guys to be able to see where I'm not someone that's gonna jack this up on purpose. I don't like Brad, but that doesn't mean I have to intentionally make him look bad. I'll let his products do that themselves. So. These ball heads are rough, man. Savannah was going to be here with me today, but she had to go to a funeral. So, you guys are wondering where she's at. That is where she is at. This is not how you install tape-ins. You don't do it on the part, you do it underneath, but this is just to demo hair colors, so I don't really care. And typically you put one piece on, then do the next, and then do the underside, and then do the next piece. But I'm going to do this haphazardly. Maybe not. Nice. That is why all of this hair only costs like 60 bucks. I have to retape it. I have some tape here that I can switch out. But Jesus, come on, man. Okay. You on there? You're on there. Cool. See, this isn't the brand I use. I use Babe, and Babe has it on a piece that you can just pull them all off of, which they just started doing that. That wasn't like always their thing. And I really have felt spoiled by it, their packaging, compared to this. Okay, come on. I don't need the attitude today. You guys are wondering, I am gluing them down to the edge of my bowl. Incognito account, I highly doubt Brad follows me in any capacity. Maybe probably one of his team. If he has a good team, one of them do, because you have somebody that has the ability to reach millions saying, hey, you ain't worth shit, and your whole career is being online. You might want to have a team that can keep an eye out for people like me. Because I'm used to going from the top, pressing down on the hair, and then lifting the piece up, and it picks up all the hair that you need. That's a little tip for those that do tape extensions. Usually, not on this hair, but usually you can press down the tape on the hair and then you lift that up, and what comes up with the tape, you just put the next piece of tape underneath it. Okay, and cool. Does she have a name? She doesn't have a name. Let's name her. What's her name, guys? What's her name? And if one of my mods are in here, take the two top names and put out a Monica, Tammy, Beth, Methany. Let's name her Methany because her hair fell right out as soon as I put lightener on it. What do you guys think? We should name her Methany? And before people are like, oh, you can't make that joke. I wasn't at that like 20 years ago, so I can't make that joke. Just a heads up. I have a lot of people that are trying to like out woke or turn everything into a woke moment, which I'm on the left, and the people that they follow and probably like idolize are mutuals of mine. And they're out here like, yeah, you're doing this and that. And it's like, no, I'm not. And you need to stop turning everything into a woke situation because you're taking away from the moments that it actually matters, and you're hurting the cause more than you're helping it. So I also come from the generation of call out culture where you call somebody out and then you give them the opportunity to work on themselves. But if they just are like no and they double down, that's when you cancel them. You don't just go straight for the cancel. Canceling loses its punch when everyone's doing it. Darb. We'll name her like Brangeline. How's that? Brangeline. Instead of Bethany. God, I should have done this sooner today. The place didn't open till 10. I had to like drive down there. It's snowing out right now. It's snowy out. It was like, it's a mix right now, so you're getting like rain and snow. Which I used to, when I first moved up here, I hated driving in the snow, being that I'm from Southern California. And it's not like I was afraid of crashing, because typically when the weather conditions are really, really bad, like dangerous for driving bad, you're not going that fast. And you should have insurance, and if you have insurance, then, you know. So, to be fair to Brad, if I don't saturate it all the way through to the underside, that's not going to matter. We're really just going to focus on this top piece right here. I am going to try to saturate it all the way through. But if I lift it up and you're like, oh, it didn't saturate, don't blame his color line for that. It's just, you know, me not really giving a fuck. So if you Gen Zers start asking for chunky highlights like this, just know I hate you if you do. Okay. I hated them back then. I hate them today. Shit, I was doing baby lights before they were called baby lights just because I didn't like a heavy weave or panels is what they actually are. But me on my worst day. He couldn't keep up with me on my worst day. The amount of times I've done hair fucking hung over, like trying not to vomit. Like I am the king at not vomiting because of that. Okay, so we got Manic Panic. I think I'm gonna do what's available to the public on one side and what's available to the pros on the other side. Okay, fun story about cap highlights. So cap highlights, the caps themselves usually come with a little plastic crochet hook to pull the hair through. But in beauty school, I had a metal one because there was only one woman that wanted cap highlights, and she was the worst human being in the world. She was mean to the girls that would work on her. She's made quite a few of them cry. She was absolutely ridiculous, right? And so I started telling the front desk to give her to me. And I would just, you know, yeah, beauty's pain. You wanted these cap highlights. Okay, so we have, this is all within the same family. So Candy, I know, is a pink, right? You would think that it's not like this, but Candy is an orange pink. So we're going with like the more neon coral tones for today. This is Sunstone, this is Pravana's. And then, let me get out my thing that you guys can't see on camera. Here we have, you can see it says Live Your Extra Life. You can also see that it's still sealed. There's no roughing around the tape. I didn't open it yet, haven't seen it yet, none of that. Oh, and that regular at the beauty school has been going there for so many years, they think that they have some kind of authority there. Again, trying to do this in a way that... Ion color is a fucking nightmare. Like, shit fades really quick and it's hard as shit to get out. Oh God. Okay, let's see what comes in this. Tacky. What else? I don't even think he was alive for this era to be like, look at my, this is a cheap sticker. Bro, vinyl. Get with it. Return slip, yeah, fucking. Da 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 da. There is his product. It's the coral tone. Okay, you guys might get knocked around for a second because I need to get my frame art gloves. We're gonna be doing this, we're gonna do it right. Okay. Let's get this put away, that thrown away. This keys can go there, that can go there. Sunglasses can also go there. I forgot to put my capes away that I washed yesterday. Those go down there. Okay. We good? You see how I haven't switched out the doll head? Okay. So, put all the colors off to the side. Getting bowls out now. So, on this side, I'll do the Mondo and the Manic Panic. On this side, so you guys can see, right? You can see that this is backwards, so I'm not gonna flip the camera. See, that's, okay, cool. This side I'll do the Pulp Riot and the Pravana. So first up, we're gonna do Pulp Riot. We're gonna do it back here. Oh, thank you, Christina. You know what's funny? I always take the cap off, even though it, whatever. Okay. First up, Pulp Riot. Actually, before I do this, I have to order my rollabout. Not rollabout, but my rolling tray soon. So I'm gonna put a tray right there so that way you guys can keep an eye on me. Need that much, but I don't want to like double mix. So when I tell you guys that candy, even though it's a pink color, it's more orange than it is pink. Okay. Should I use foil? I should use foil. You guys are gonna come with me for a second so I get my foils out. We're gonna use foil. Just adjust. Oh, it's so much foil. So much air at once. Yeah, let's see that. There we go. Again, it doesn't really matter if it saturates through the other layer. I don't really care about that right now. I just want to make sure I get it on there. And keep them separate from each other. Look at this stuff. Come on, thick ass extensions. Do your job. I'm working it into the hair right now, guys. All right, and now for the Pravana. It's on there rough. Okay. This out of here. This out of here. That was homophobic. Now, if I recall, Pravana doesn't spread as easy as it should, so I'm going to use a little bit more than I typically would with it. Again, just so you guys can see. Okay, left hand, Pulp Riot. Very similar in color. Pravana, Pulp Riot. Oh, I remember that Pravana smell. Oh yeah, I remember that smell. Kind of smells like their old color remover, which had sulfur in it, so that's weird, but yeah, I'm not loving Pravana. I don't think Pravana's gonna take the win today. Oh yeah, I do not think Pravana is going to be taking any wins today. It is saturating pretty well though. Has a jelly-like consistency. It kind of reminds me of the Manic Panic Pro. Or they had a gel line a little while ago that it reminds me of. Not loving the smell of the Pravana. Completely forgot this is how this stuff smells. Really working it into there. So Pulp Riot is a conditioner-based pigment. This is more of a gel-like consistency. It might be conditioning, but it feels more like a gel than anything. All right, 2 down. You guys and I will be having a conversation while they process, because Pulp Riot processes 40 minutes. So I'm going to give them all the same amount of time roughly to process. So that out of the way. Next up, we're going to do Manic Panic, and then I'm going to put Mondo right up front for everyone to see the failure. Who knows? His color might work. I think having used, like, if I would have used blues, that wouldn't have been the move to use the blues, because blues just don't come out of hair. And most lines are blue based, so. Okay, because this bottle is so small, I'm going to use a small brush. Nope, there's one. Okay. Sealed. Well, maybe not sealed, is it? Yeah, it's sealed. It's got some stick to it. Like, you just want people to get this shit on their hands, huh? You said gloves? Not opening this shit with gloves. In what world? If you're pumped, you get it on your hands. So you guys can see the color as compared to the other ones. Manic Panic out the way. These are pretty dead on colors. These colors are all very, very similar to each other. Like, and it wasn't just me that got them. I also was like, hey, while you're out to Savannah, and she's like, yeah, I bet I got it. And she go pick up, oh shit. Come on, Manic, you're not doing so hot. Manic feels like a cross, like the consistency feels like a cross between the Pravana and what saturation? Saturation is not nearly as good. So far, Pulp Riot has had the best saturation just going on. Doesn't mean it's going to absorb the most or stain the best, should I say. But as far as coverage of the blonde itself is going on, not the dark pieces, but the light pieces, a little translucent of the direct dye so far. It's very slippery too. We're gonna have a lot of stick to it. Typically I'd get out like the long cutter for longer hair. I don't like to, now that we have the foil cutter folder, I don't like spaghetti swirling hair when I'm doing it anymore. I just use really, really long foils. All right. That was Manic Panic. So the Manic Panic was a little bit more pink than it was anything. The other are more orange than pink, and a coral is a pink orange, roughly. Okay, so Pulp Riot smells like candy. Pravana, it smells chemically. It almost smells like the Matrix, the orange bottle, Total Results, the smoothing line. That's kind of what Pravana smells like. Manic Panic, before I get into that, Manic Panic. It smells like, okay, this is gonna be very specific, but it smells like the chlorinated water of like an amusement park ride. That makes sense? Like if you were on like Jurassic Park, the ride, the old one, that water smells like, or it almost has that like foamy smell to it. That's what the Manic Panic smells like. Okay, let's get another brush out. Kind of don't want to use one of my good wallet brushes for Mondo's Color. Let's smell Mondo's Color. Oh God, it's like, oh, you know what that smells like? It smells like Alpha Parf. Like old Alpha Parf, like their 2010 bamboo shampoo. If anybody any stylist familiar with Alpha Parf, the bamboo shampoo from 2010, they had a bamboo treatment. That's what that smells like. Okay. Empty bowl. And it kind of has like the same consistency as like Rusk's Texture Mud. So far, the least pleasant smell of all these pigments have been Pravana's. I really don't like that smell. It's gross to me. That chemically scent. Okay. So far, so good. Coverage is good. Spreads are, spreads okay. It spreads okay. So Pravana and Manic Panic spread a little like too quick. It was a little too thin. This is really, really pasty. Okay, now the smell is starting to get overwhelming. It's not gross, but it's not like super pleasant. It's neutral, a little unpleasant, but I can see how a lot of people would love the smell of this because I remember people loving the smell of that Alpha Parf bamboo shampoo. That one with their bamboo treatment. I love stick straight extensions. They're not pliable. Yeah. I secretly hope this like turns out all right, but at the same time, I'm like, it starts to really pick up as you start to work it. Why does it smell like that? Like my eyes are starting to burn a little bit. Not like bad, it could just be my allergies, but. Okay. All the colors are in there. So, before we forget, blue front, XMondo, beige back, Manic, beige front, Pravana, blue back, Pulp. Okay. His color, yeah, my color line, well, it smells amazing. Okay. So I'm gonna push her back so you guys can see her. Then I'm gonna try to answer any of your questions. What are the directions? Well, it's a direct dye pigment, so apply to cleanse dry hair with gloves. Comb through evenly to saturate. Process for 20 minutes. Rinse thoroughly. That's it. I love how it doesn't say. It doesn't say rinse with cold water. This is 20 minutes. Manic is not Manic. Pulp Riot is 20 to 40 minutes. So we'll put on clock for 20 minutes now. Well, we're gonna be doing a couple washes today. Thanks for the hat and mustache. I mean, I can already have those, but thanks for the different ones. Haven't tried Good Diet Young yet. My coworker and I are talking about trying it because they're going to be carrying it in Cosmoprof. But we just want to see how it is. Yeah, I carry Wella. Not Color Charm, like Color Touch. Different. Thank you. Completely different. So Color Touch is their semi-demi line. And then you have Illumina, which is a semi-demi permanent line. KT is a permanent line, which is Colistin Perfect. I saw somebody online that was like, I bought Colistin Perfect on Amazon at the Wella store on Amazon. And I went and checked. I went to the Wella store on Amazon and went through it. And they don't have that for sale. What I think happened was the person searched out the product, found someone else selling it, that just happened to label the brand as Wella, which will take you back to the Wella store. So, but I'll answer your guys' questions because they're flying super fast. There's 5.6 thousand people in here. My preferred fashion color line would be Pulp Riot. Color remover on the pigments, I'm going to do that today. I'm going to use Pulp Riot's blank canvas, which I have found to work the best. I really want to try Guy Tang's like additive that helps remove blue, but I use that Rocket Money, which used to be called something else. And it kind of tells you like how much you've been spending. It's the app that everyone tells you to, like, all the influencers tell you to get, that will help you like eliminate a lot of the what's it called? A lot of the subscription services you have. Anyway, it'll pop up. It's like, you spent this much last week at like the worst time. It's like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear how much I spent last week, especially because I spent it on fucking bills, and you know, vet bills and stuff. I'm not cleaning this to take care of it. I'm cleaning it so I don't get fucking stained with his bullshit on my hands. I don't mind stains on my hands. I fucking hate when my nails get stained. Thank you. I haven't tried overtone. No need to scream. I just know that overtone can be a nightmare. Hold on one second, guys. My husband's like, take me to lunch? When? Since I know you're watching, Jace, will you let, I can't tell who's watching really, but I just, from the text message, will you let Candace know I'm live? Because she tried calling me. Has Brad ever reached out to me? No. Brad probably won't. If he has a good team, he won't reach out to me. Because one conversation with him, and I could unravel his whole facade of hair guru or whatever accolade he accepts but doesn't deny that he doesn't deserve. And if he blocks me, then he'll have to admit that I'm a threat to that facade. So his best bet is just to ignore me. I mean, from like a social PR angle. Illumine. I thought Illumine was a really cool concept when it came out. For those that don't know, it's by Goldwell. You put on the pigment, then you put on a sealant, and then when you're ready to remove the pigment, you take the sealant off, and then the pigment is supposed to come out. Doesn't work as great as it's supposed to, but it does work pretty cool. Lightener, I like Blonde or Plex. Everybody's different. I don't like Blonde or Cream Lightener. I like Pulp Riot's Cream Lightener better. Go-to rush snack in the salon. Like I eat when I work. Typically, I will go down to a teriyaki place near me, order it, come back here, do what I have to do. And then when I have, like, I'm processing, I'll run down there, grab it, and, like, eat it walking back, and then throw it in the trash can when I get here. We're going to find out. Oh, the color changing, where that you add heat to it. The only way that's going to work, and I think it only works one time. The only way that's going to work is if you are standing in the shade with a cool breeze, and then you step outside into the sun and let the sun like heat up your hair to change the color. Or if you're just blow drying and flat ironing it, and you're going to watch it cool down. Like you have to like step in the sun in the heat for it to work. Opinion on Sally's Beauty Supply. I went in there yesterday looking for hair to do this with, because this hair, like this was not even touched. It's fried. So am I going to do blues? Not on this. Blues are hard to get out just in general. They also fade really fast as well because of the smallest color molecule. So it's not like the best test to do. I'm doing something that's a little bit harder, which is corals. Advice for a baby stylist. Say no. Learn to say no. People don't have a right to access your artistry, and people don't have a right to purchase the ability to be rude to you. And you accepting every single service that walks through the door may seem like a smart move now because you need the money, but in the long run, it's going to hold you back from being able to do the things that you love and really excel at the services you love doing. And you're going to eventually have to weed out all those clients that you don't want to do because you don't, not because of them, but because you don't like the service. Aveda's, whatever, it's fine. It's a little culty. If Brad's product is good, I'll admit it. If people are wondering. I have tried the color depositing masks. They are great. So one thing that you have to understand about Brad's product is he has a bond builder, a bond multiplier in it. And an old trick that we were doing right around the time Olaplex came out was adding Olaplex to our toners because it would make the toner last longer. I don't know the science behind it, but we all realized it. So we started adding a little pinch of Olaplex to our toners and it was making the toner last a lot longer. I did talk with another stylist that's well known on the app. And we were talking about Brad Mondo's color, his direct dye pigment. And I jokingly, in like the caps and lowercase, you know, the SpongeBob, said, but it has bond builder in it. And they said, what good is bond builder if you have to melt the hair to get the product out? So, and if you guys are like wanting to know who that was, I am followed by a lot of popular hair creators. So good luck. I'll never admit it. You're in Cosmo school about a third of the way done. You only have 2/3 to go. Beauty school sucks. There's going to be like that one person that's like, it was great for me. Okay, exception fallacy, we get it. But no, beauty school sucks. Like, it's nothing like the hair industry. The hair industry is fucking rad. When you know how to like own yourself in the hair industry. What I mean by that is stay true to you and realize like you don't have to take every client, like I was saying earlier. When you bend over backwards for every fucking client, they start to take advantage of that. You need to set boundaries with your clients too. My client is 16 minutes late, you're rescheduling your appointment. I have a 15-minute professional courtesy and that's that. Plain and simple. If I allow them to be late and continue to be late, it becomes a habit of theirs. And they're like, well, you never had a problem with it before, when you're finally like, you've been late too many times. If you want your hair done, you just have to show up and hope that I'm not busy. In school for refusing a service, not punish, but like they have all signed waivers understanding that a lot of stuff can go wrong. However, if you tell a instructor that, hey, I believe this hair is going to break off, melt off, I don't think the hair can sustain the service, and they force you to do it anyway, make sure you have another student with you, or at least 2 students with you when you have that discussion with the instructor. So if something goes wrong, it won't fall back on you, it'll fall back on the school. I went to school in North Orange County. My shop is in Vancouver, Washington. As you guys can see, you look in the mirror right here. That slider goes out into a hallway. This is a suite, a salon suite. So, someone said something about which Olaplex what? Which Olaplex did I add to the toner? The bond builder. Was it step one, I think it is. Yep, I'm in Vancouver. What do I think of K18? Love K18. Oh, I'm happy I got you to love your job, or helped you love your job again. Good, that's what I want. Hair is supposed to be enjoyable. Hair is supposed to be fun. Hair is supposed to be a good time. So, also, I need to write this down so I can, facing my left and right. Blue front, left, beige back left, front right, back right. I'm making sure that I have this in order so we don't get confused on which one is which. So, XMondo, the blue front is XMondo, the beige back is Manic Panic, the beige front is Pravana, the blue back is Pulp Riot. Once they're all washed out though, when I look at this is my left, that's my right. When I turn this way, this is the doll head's left and the doll head's right. So I'm doing it from my perspective. So front left is Mondo, back left Manic, front right Pravana, back right Pulp. This is not to be like, oh, stop. That's not what I'm saying when I say this. I need you guys to stop asking hairstylists for advice on how to fix hair loss. We cannot give you that advice legally. We don't have a license to practice medicine. That is typically a health issue, especially with women. Hair loss is a symptom of something else. And if you were to treat the hair loss, you're not treating the cause. So it's the best we can tell you is healthy diet and exercise is going to promote healthy hair growth. And you need to go see your doctor and get blood work done to make sure it's not something more serious or something else that's just benign or whatever. It's outside of our scope of competence, and it's unethical for us to prescribe treatment, diagnose, cure. The only way we can treat is if it's under doctor orders. Yeah, I'll post a TikTok about the results. I'm gonna also probably be posting this entire live over on YouTube as well. So my biggest pet peeve is inefficiency. If you're saying client pet peeve, people that are more focused on their phone than they are on my work. Or I had one client, she used to tilt her head down so she could see what I was doing. And I would have to constantly tell her, I need to see what I'm doing. You don't need to see what I'm doing. About my husband is a nurse. He's a good man. I've been with him for 13 years. We've been married for 6. He's 3.5, 4 years younger than me. He's a Gemini. They had a hairstylist lawyer combo. Funny, because I also went to a 4-year school, 4-year college. And my next step is would be law school if I decided to do anything. I'm Aquarius. My coworker's a Gemini, my husband's a Gemini, both my parents are Gemini. I can handle a Gemini, that's easy. The one thing I can say to all Geminis, in fact, every sign out there, you can't lie to an Aquarius. Before you even uttered the first word, we could tell by the way you were breathing you were about to lie. Like, it's hard to lie to an Aquarius. Well, January Aquarians are weird, but February Aquarians, like, we're the shit. Give you guys some piping hot tea. Don't really have much to give right now. People are asking about native hair product thoughts. I don't have any thoughts on it. Oh, thanks, January Aquarius. If you're a January Aquarius, you should be able to admit y'all are different than the February ones. You think Aquarians are the most gullible people? Are you sure they're not convincing you that they're going along with it? We're very nonchalant, we're very dry and deadpan. So like if you think you're like fooling us, we'll play along just to let you dig the hole deeper. We'll wait till you can't get out before we call you out. Pisces get such a bad rep. So one of my guests the other day, she's a Pisces, we were just joking around talking about it. And I'm like, everybody has the same reaction to every sign out there. The one thing we all have in common is our reaction to a Pisces. When someone goes, I'm a Pisces, you go, here we go. We all go. And if they're a triple Pisces, get out. My birthday's on the 7th. Hey, February, I saw that, February 7th Aquarius. It's probably one of the most uncommon birthdays out there outside of Christmas. I've only known 2 people, like in person in my life that have had my same birthday. The first one, she and I went to the same junior high school. We were both openly gay in like the late 90s, both redhead. So like 2 same birthday, same birth year, roughly around the same time of day. We have very similar personalities. Same hospital. We were born in the same hospital. We were both in that hospital at the same time. Let's see how much. So we have 2.5 minutes, guys. And we're gonna rinse it out cold water, because that's how you're supposed to rinse them. And then we'll dry them. I'm not really, like you can see that I have all the hair clipped up in the back, so I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about where the color is. And I'm not gonna dry all this shit underneath all the way. I'm gonna dry the pieces on top, because that's what's important. My hair is pulled back into a bun. If you want to see my hair, you can literally go to my profile. I typically have it down, but today's wash day. Your husband's a Gemini and you're a Virgo. No, I mean that can work. I'm a Aquarius, Virgo, Cancer. Buckle up. Volume and hair strength, hydration. So if you need strength in your hair and you need volume because it's fine, getting a product that is rich in hyaluronic acid or has a hyaluronic acid in it is going to be your best bet. If you don't mind, L'Oreal owned companies, Kerastase has a shampoo, conditioner, and it's a mousse. It's not a styling mousse, it's just a mousse though. That has hyaluronic acid in it called Densifique. The blue hydrating line by Amika. I'm not sure if the shampoo conditioner has hyaluronic acid in it, but their water sign does, but you would use a quarter of what they tell you to use. My favorite service to do is probably just like a good balayage. They're simple, they're really, really, well for me they're simple, but they're really beautiful and low maintenance. I don't know, something about like, because I like a natural balayage, like the hardcore to the root, super contrasty at the root, like those are out of style. Those are done. It's time to start adding low lights into it, break it up a little bit. And that's kind of how hair goes. Hair will go extreme, soften out, cycle back into a new technique that'll be extreme, soften out, cycle back into a new technique that will go extreme. And that's how hair color goes, typically. And it usually goes like blonde, then brunette, then redhead. But this year is going to be more about copper blondes and peach blondes and strawberry blondes. Oh, okay, guys. Time to rinse. Let me get more gloves over here. Let me get some more gloves on. Hey, Frey Mark, you're watching. Fucking sponsor me. Your shit's expensive. That's all I use. Schwarzkopf's okay. Schwarzkopf's been on the market for a long time. The rising is Aquarius. That sounds fine. Okay. Come on. That's the Mondo. Here's the Manic. Okay. Pravana. Sure. And I don't know, so far from what you can see there, I'll get in close for you guys. That's surface. And you can see the blonde sticking through still. That's Mondo. This is Surface. Manic Panic, you kind of see the blonde sticking through. Pravana, you definitely can see the blonde sticking through. And Pulp Riot, you do not see the blonde sticking through. Not from my angle, at least. All right, so all the way to the right, cold, and rinse. Girl, hold on, this is your chance. So the Manic Panic product came out of the hair fairly simple. The XMondo had a little bit of trouble getting out. And the color is fucking cool. Coral's my favorite color. Neon coral is my favorite color, so I'll like it regardless. Not super conditioning because this spaghetti swirl is tangling up something kind of gnarly. Now the hair underneath, we're not worried about that. So there's a little bit, if the hair underneath here isn't taking, that's fine. It's just because it wasn't saturated all the way through, that's fine. But it looks like some of the hair on top didn't take that well either. So this is gonna be rinsed out because that's how you work with direct dyes. You rinse them out with purple shampoo, not purple shampoo, cold water. Fucking shampoo. So I'm gonna rinse them out and then I'll dry them. And we'll see how they turn out. Pravana did all right as far as so far from what I can see. Didn't get as much saturation as I was hoping it would. But again, I said because that gel consistency, I didn't really think it was going to get too much. Pulp Riot, anyway. Pulp Riot did pretty well. We should for sure compare all the ends of the hair because on every single swatch, the ends did the best. Probably because it's spaghetti swirling. The rinse till it goes clear. I mean, I'm not done rinsing, but this is looking a little bit more saturated to me so far. Yeah, this one right here, this one that's folded over, this one is XMondo. Don't worry about the back side of it. That's just not saturated. We're worried about the top side of it because it's done on tape-in extensions. And tape-in extensions, you have 2 pieces of extensions, one on top of the other. When it's all dried, it'll be fine. So we use Pulp Riot, Pravana, Manic Panic, and XMondo. Okay. Now, I don't know about you guys, but like I said earlier, I really, really hate when my hands get stained. So whenever I work with Vivids, even when I'm doing the haircuts, I do the haircuts with gloves on. I really hate my hands getting stained. What did we name her again? Brangeline. That's right. Again, I'm not worried about the hair underneath. Just want to focus on the hair up top. Manic Panic, you did not do well. You can see the base on there. Probably gonna have to spray this down. I'll get it combed out and then I'll spray it down if I have to get the excess out. Mondo did much better than Manic, so it's all right, not bad. Pulp Riot. Pulp Riot so far has the best saturation. Oh, you guys can't see shit. Pulp Riot so far has the best saturation. Base is still in a few of them, so I'm gonna have to spray these out with a spray bottle. I'll do a brush out first. So those are gonna take forever to dry. Ooh, that's slipping. It's slipping. The Pravana's slipping. So the conditioning base from the Pulp Riot ran across the tape-in extension, so the tape-in is slipping now. That's fun. But whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit. I'm gonna do the remover today. So let's pin her down. Girl, where is your? Yeah, we're gonna pin you down just because I don't want you going all over the place. I'll do this. Pravana is not the ticket, so the Pravana fans out there, not for me. I heard since their reformulation though, they haven't been good. Pulp Riot. I have the shittiest water pressure right now. The hose on my shampoo bowl needs to be changed out, and the owner of the building is gonna do that soon. If you guys don't have a continuous spray water bottle and you're a hairstylist, I highly suggest you get one. So far, the best saturation I'm seeing is the Pulp Riot. This is the Brad Mondo, and I worked it down. I worked it really into the hair. Y'all saw me work it into the hair. I wasn't dicking around. So I'll show you guys how awesome continuous spray bottle is. I'm gonna pump the handle. If you haven't seen them yet, if you've seen them, this is nothing new to you. But 1, 2, 3. Problem is, you pump them too many times and you're stuck with them like a really shitty boyfriend. Not the best saturation. Not the worst. Not the best. Oh, you poor thing. Manic Panic. I hose for you're slipping too, bitch. Damn. If I have to, I will take the extensions out, label them at the top, and then work from there. Okay. Okay, so because this is such a thick piece that we're doing, we're gonna focus more on the ends of the hair, on all of them, even broads. We're gonna focus on the ends of the hair, but I mean, it's all right. Yeah, Manic. That's rude. We were all rooting for you. Insert Tyra. Thanks, gift. Again, even with rods, don't worry about up here. That's where the hair is the densest. We're going to worry more down here where it's not as dense. Typically with extensions, you would color them first and then put them in the hair. You don't, unless it's like a hand-tied weft or something and they're really like going through and saturating it all. Or if I were to like slice each individual tape front and back. say this, so far his product doesn't rinse the best. It's hard to get out of the hair. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's dry, that'll be fine, because then when I wash it with actual shampoo, the hair will dry a little better. So as far as Manic Panic and Brad goes, obviously Brad's won. Look at that. Color looked great. All right. Now, yes, I'm saving Pulp Riot for last. Okay, Pravana. The top part is gonna look streaky because I didn't like separate each tape in when I applied it. I just applied it on both sides of the tape in. So there's a tape piece on top, a tape piece on bottom. That makes really thick hair for a slice. So down towards the ends is where it's not gonna be interrupted by the thickness of the hair. It gets thinner down there. So more of the saturation is gonna be from here down. We're not gonna worry about what happens up here. That would be unfair to all the different brands. We're gonna worry about what's down here, where there's the most saturation. Someone asked me why I'm not using a round brush. It's not necessary. I know how to use a cotton brush like a round brush. So. I'm gonna say it. XMondo did better than Pravana. XMondo, Pravana. So, step up your game, Pravana. All right, now let's get into my favorite, Pulp Riot. Now, I will say this, as far as thick sections go and saturation of thick sections, Pulp Riot did the best because Pulp Riot is fairly saturated all the way through. It's a conditioner base. It's thicker than the other two, so it's going to have more pigment in it, but it's not as dense as Mondo Color, so it's easier for it to spread. But as far as the saturations go, pretty dead on. All right, I need to cool off before we move on to the next step. There is this color hair in between each extension, so every single one of these is going to have streakiness in it. That is streaky as shit. That's Pravana. That has more of a gel consistency. This is Pulp Riot, which has a conditioner base. This is Mondo's. I'm not showing you up here. It's streaky, but that's because it's just a thick section. So where it is able to saturate better because of how thick it is, it did great. It is a little streaky at the bottom. Let me get that blonde hair out of there so I don't give a false read. It is a little streaky at the bottom. Little bit, not much. It's fairly good saturation, Mondo's. And then that's really streaky. I actually think Manic did better than... Yeah, Manic did better than Pravana. Ooh, Pravana, up your game. But yeah, so far, so good. I would say Brad, as of right now, is in second place. Yeah, it's dry. Down here, it's because of how the consistency of the product that was in there. Left it a little bit greasy. It doesn't rinse out as easy as the rest. It's wet up here. It's not down here. And even then, wet is just going to make it look more intense. So, but it's dry. It's dry to the touch. A little damp, but it's fine. You can still see it. It's a little damp here, a little damp there. Want me to dry it more? I'll dry it more for you guys. I wouldn't say Mondo is a no-go yet. I wouldn't say Mondo is a no-go yet. Pulp Riot toners are just, it's fucking ammonia. Like, they are so high in ammonia, like, your eyes burn. Moonstone and, what's the fucking combo that everybody does? Something in Moonstone. Icy and Moonstone. That's the fucking, everybody's go-to formula with their toner because everyone thinks that everyone needs to have, like, white blonde hair. Mondo's looks... It does, but you know what? We're going to actually get like a better reading on all the color in general once we shampoo it because this is just a rinse out. All pigments are. So the one that rinsed out the absolute best on the first but rinse through was the, I would say Pravana because this is the Manic. The Pravana rinsed out the best, but it also held the least amount of color. The Manic rinsed out second best. Pulp rinsed out the third best. Third best. And then Mondo's didn't rinse out that well. Yeah, I'm in the couve. Problem with rapid toners is they don't last at all. Flash toning is never good for the hair. Arctic Box, maybe another day. Good Day Young and Joico, another day, but not today. Yeah, so you get a close up. Okay, so this is the Manic. So again, don't worry about too much up here. If you see streakiness up here, it's just because of how thick the hair was on the application. Down here, the hair was thinner. So like the last couple inches of it is what you want to look at. You will see that blonde color running through it because it's between the two tape and extensions, but just focus more where the actual color is. It's not bad. That's Manic. Now down here, this is dry. It's just greasy. This is Mondo's. Dry and greasy. Then down here, if I can get to it, actually having it wet at the top is making it a lot easier to grab the actual hair itself. That's Pravana. Yikes. Right? And then that is the Pulp Riot. Again, let me pull it away from the blonde so we don't get a false reading in here. And there's your Pulp Riot. So last few inches. Just because, okay, so this is, so you guys understand that just because his product rinses out greasy, it just means it rinses out greasy. I also don't have the best water pressure here. So that just means it rinses out greasy. That doesn't mean every time your hair is washed, it's going to be greasy. It's just that first rinse out, it might feel greasy or it might take extra long to rinse it out. That's all that matters. That's all that means. Not all that matters. So that's not a negative hit on his product. I'm not surprised by the Pravana one. I've heard a lot of things about them since they reformulated. Seems to be a lot of controversy around that. So I'm going to shampoo it 3 times, right? I was going to do it 5, but that's like overkill. We're going to shampoo 3 times. So the first shampoo is going to be with a hydrating shampoo and cold water, okay? And then I'm going to condition the ends just to comb through it. And then we'll dry it, okay? I don't want these slipping, so... we're going to pin them all down. I don't know what that is. This came out... it's only on his color. It's like a bug. Is it a bug or is it just like a follicle? I don't know what that is, but gross. And it was only on Mondo's color. Okay, yeah, I was pinning shit down, that's right. I don't want any of them having a chance to slip. I half-assed it when I put the extensions in. So not vegan. I guess. Warning, for external use only, caution, this product contains ingredients which may cause skin irritation on certain individuals, and a preliminary test according to accompanying directions should first be made. This product must not be used for dyeing the eyelashes or eyebrows. To do so may cause blindness. Avoid contact with eyes if skin irritation occurs. Seek medical help immediately. Okay, so product contains ingredients. Do a preliminary test according to accompanying directions. All right, so we got a sticker pack and this. This is all that came with it. A sticker pack and this. Is that his hand? Got dainty little fingers. Oh, if that's the scale, that says 5 centimeters. So little hands, whoever this was. There's no accompanying directions to tell you how to do a predisposition test or a preliminary test. So the way you do a preliminary or predisposition test is you either do a drop of the product on the inside of your arm, make sure it's clean first, then put the drop of the product on there, or behind your ear, and you let it sit for 24 to 48 hours without washing it. I used, hold on. And if you have if you get a rash around it, don't use it. If you, Sunstone. Sunstone is the color. Can't wait to wash this now. That's what I'm excited for, is the shampooing part. So we're gonna use Verb Hydrating Shampoo, which is color safe. So his is the coral. Can someone explain the drama? Okay, so Brad has led people to believe that he is this hair guru, that he knows what he's talking about when it comes to hair. And the advice that the professionals in the industry, myself and others, have seen him give out has been either incorrect or bad advice. And people are the ones labeling him the hair guru, right? Or some kind of a hair. I mean, there's a guy named Hair Buddha or Hair Guru, whatever. But they're giving him that accolade. And instead of him being like, oh, no, that's not me. I appreciate it, but I'm not this master hair person. He accepts it and he eats it up and he allows people to continue to believe that. So then when he goes on the internet and says, hey, this is how you do something, and he's telling them wrong, it can lead to them damaging and ruining their hair. And when that happens, they end up in our chairs as stylists, and we are left fixing a mess that his bad advice created. And a lot of people will sit there and say, well, those people made the choice to follow his direction, right? But they were following his direction under the guise that he knew what he was talking about. I am not someone that believes that he was never licensed. I believe he was licensed, and I believe if he did allow his license to lapse, like both of them, because I guess he had one in Massachusetts, one in New York, if he let both of them lapse, it's because he makes all of his money off of this in YouTube. He has like 9.5 million viewers here on TikTok. So he makes plenty good money off of bad advice. So he doesn't need to do hair for that. But do I believe he ever had like a strong working clientele? No. Do I think he knows what he's talking about? No. Do I think he looks uncomfortable whenever he's applying color? Yes. Is that based in my experience as a master hair colorist, a mentor, and an educator? Absolutely. Gaiting is good. I would take a class just to see what Gaiting was about, but I would never go take a class with Mondo. Sorry. I would I don't know, I'd rather chew on glass than do that. So far, the verdict out the gate, we're not done. We have quite a few experiments to happen here. The verdict out the gate was Mondo saturation, really well. Pulp Riot saturation, really well. And I'm going off of like what the color is supposed to look like, because they're not going to be the same, right? Like even here, or even the Pravana is supposed to be softer. And I'm not looking at the softness of the color. I'm looking at how it saturates down the hair shaft. Up here doesn't matter. Like where it's wet, that doesn't matter. That's really, really thick section. It's down here where the hair thins out, the section thins out, that most of the saturation is going to be, right? If I could have had my way, I would have, I was going to stick them on here. I was going to stick them to the side of the bowl, right? And do it that way, which I can still do that. I have plenty of them to do that with. Just drying them was going to be a bitch. Well, Manic Panic it's not longer than 20 minutes. Yeah, it's not long enough. It says 30 minutes, but the time this was sitting, I was putting that on. And then I talked to you guys for a few minutes, and then I set the timer for 20. So this had the full 30 to sit. This is only says to sit for 20 minutes. This has had probably about 40 minutes to sit, and the Pulp Riot is supposed to sit 20 to 40 minutes, so it got to sit for the full 40. So, okay, I'll tell you this. The way a V-cut is done is all the hair is pulled forward and cut in front of the head. Pulled from the back, wraps forward, pulls from the top, wraps forward. That way when it drops, this hair right here and this hair back here, this hair has further to travel. That makes sense? So, I kind of want to undo this, but I will just for this sake. Okay. So I'm not going to show you guys how to do a haircut because I don't want a bunch of people that aren't trained to do haircuts to attempt it. But when you take the hair all the way forward, right? To do a V, the hair is cut in front. I'm doing it like this specifically because it makes it harder for you guys to understand how to connect everything. So if this is pulled all the way forward, this is pulled forward, and it's cut. When it drops, you notice this and this are two different lengths, right? Now, if it's blended right, it'll go short to long into a V. A butterfly cut is the same thing, but it's cut up here. And so when this travels, that's much higher and that's much lower. That would be your first. And then if you do a proper butterfly cut, you'll add curtain bangs. Oval faces are pretty universal. They can usually get away with a lot. Which color is which? So this one hiding underneath here, this is the XMondo, this is the Manic, this is Pravana, woof. And that's the Pulp Riot. So they're in the same family. This one's gonna be a little bit more orangey red. This one's gonna be a lot more pinky orange. This one is more of like a pastel coral orange, and this one is that. So, all right, stop yelling at me, shit. Let's wash. God, these are abusive. All right, okay, let me actually get all this unnecessary hair clip back up again. Okay. First side. Trying to figure out a way to do this that it's like not a nightmare for me. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just get the whole head of that. I don't care at this point. It's what I dry that matters. Cold water. Yeah, there you go. It's all over. Get all tangled up. That's perfect for me. Am I a genius? I think I might be. There's a lip under here, and I just clipped the hair. You guys can't see it. I just clipped the hair to the side of the bowl so the shit would stop fucking flopping all over the place. Okay. Come on, Mondo. So I'm washing this the way I would typically wash a direct dye pigment, and that's, I'm not, it looks like I'm being rough, I'm not. I'm really washing the surface. I mean, you're supposed to wash at the root, but. Now again, this is the first wash, so a lot of color is gonna come out on the first wash because you just rinse these out. You're up next, Manic. Less is coming out with the Manic. But again, why does Manic look It looks a lot more vivid. This is the Manic. It looks a lot more vivid with the shampoo in it somehow. Sure. Okay. Oh, Pravana, you poor, poor sweet thing. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. Yes, this is not, so you see that color, that hair behind? That's what the color was done on. This hair right here is not what it was done on. So Pravana is bleeding with the shampooing process more than Manic Panic did. Manic had the least amount so far coming off the hair with the shampoo so far. So that's good. So as far as saturation goes, in order from best to worst, I would say Pulp Riot, XMondo, Manic Panic, Pravana, honestly. I used to love Pravana. I used to use Pravana. It sucks. I'm kind of disappointed that that's what happened with it. As you guys can see, I'm mostly focusing on just the extensions where the color is, not so much the rest of the hair. I really don't care about the rest of the hair on this doll head. So far, okay. Okay, so Brad's pushed out the most bled. I would say, yeah, I think, I don't know, it's a toss-up between Brad and Pravana, which one bled the most. Manic Panic bled the least in the first wash. So Manic Panic gets a gold star for not bleeding as much. But even with the bleeding that's going through the Pulp Riot, it doesn't seem to be altering the color at all. So in order best to least on bleeding, I would say Manic Panic, Pulp Riot, toss up between Pravana and XMondo. XMondo had more bleeding, so. Okay, I'm gonna wipe my hands off real quick because I wanna actually write these things down. We're gonna award 4 points for the best, 3 points for the best, 0 points for the worst. So PR, Prav, XM, and MP. So far, Pulp Riot had the best saturation, 3, Brad Mondo, 2, Manic, 1, Pravana, 0. As far as bleeding goes on the first wash, we'll give Manic Panic 3. I'm going to give Pravana 2. And then because it's a toss-up between, I'm going to give 0.5 to both XMondo and Pravana for the rinse out. Yeah, I'm scoring them. I'm going to do an overall score. So I've had a lot of people tell me like, oh yeah, Mondo's washed out in 2 washes. And I'm like, I have a feeling it has a lot to do with the way people are washing their hair. Because even if he had the shittiest color line on the market, it shouldn't just wash out in 2 washes. Like, that's not how stains work. You know what I mean? So I feel like it might be a user error with how people are washing their hair. Yes, I'm defending Brad's product a little bit. A little bit, not a lot. So the one thing you want to avoid when you have direct dye pigments in your hair is hot water. Hot water is the devil when it comes to direct dye pigments. Direct dye pigments are the color that is already the color. So it's like purple or pink and blah, blah, blah. You put it on your hair, you wait a few minutes, and then you rinse it out or whatever. That's a direct dye pigment. If you have to put it on and then it develops into the color, that is not direct dye. People are like, oh, I thought it was a semi-permanent. It is, technically it's a semi-permanent, but when we say semi-permanent color as professionals, we're typically talking about something that has to develop. Like it's mixed with an activator or a very, 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 very light, light strength, very light strength developer, and then it develops into its color. That's semi-permanent. That's what we mean by semi. Oh shit, his did fade quite a bit. It did fade. It didn't fade a lot. More than I expected it to. I didn't expect it to fade that much. It's not like super intense, but you've seen a huge improvement on your hair? Good, good. That's what I want to see. I love hearing that. I've had a lot of people, you know, comment how better their hair is since they've like changed up the way they wash it. That was such an interesting video because a lot of people were like, that doesn't work for curly hair. And I'm like, I was telling you guys how to use it, how a shampoo works, not how a co-wash works. You know what I mean? Like, I was talking about a co-wash. Even co-washes say to wash twice. Some. Follow the directions on the co-wash because each one is different, but for the most part, they'll tell you to wash twice. Girl, I told you to leave him a long time ago. You show up on my doorstep looking like this. Let me get my baseball bat. We'll take care of it. There's still some. There is still some. So I'm gonna say, come on. A lot of people don't like washing their hair with cold water because it is harder to get the soap out. But scientific experiment. Fuck. Like, save me the attempts at being cute. Okay, you're a grown-ass man. Let's not. I mean, whatever. Like, that's actually kind of gendered, heteronormative. People say that, so I take that back. Oh, poor, poor Manic Panic. Well, scientifical is what he said when he's like, when he did his fucking really horrible, botched, oh my God, you want to know how much of a genius I am? Could have done this last time, but I didn't, because that would just, I don't know, make things way easier for me. If I go in here, right, get a lot of this shit out of the way. Why is there still... Okay, the Manic Panic is holding on to soap. So let's rinse that soap out a little bit better, because, girl, like, I rinsed you like 6 times. Every other color had no, even Brad's color had no problem getting rid of the soap. Manic Panic's one is holding on. Okay. So the next wash that we do after I dry these is going to be, there it goes. There, now all this stuff's out. Is going to be hot water and hydrating shampoo. And then the shampoo after that is going to be clarifying shampoo. And then I'm going to put some blank canvas on the ends down here where the color is saturated. We're not worrying about up here. This is not a fair shake for any of the color lines. Like, those last few inches is what we're really focusing on. So I don't want you guys to like screenshot this video, like up here, be like, look at Brad's color, while like hiding the fact that it's more intense down at the bottom. Like, we're not, just because we don't like it doesn't mean we have to be dishonest. Okay, so that's gonna be, see? I should have done that the first time. I moved all the other hair out of the fucking way. Because I'm super smart, guys. I'm real smart. To save myself a shit ton of trouble. But instead, made it harder for myself. Mr. I hate inefficiency made it harder for himself. Shocker. It's very manly of me to hate something and then be guilty of it. So I tell you guys this all the time, but whatever side you twist into, that's the side you clip on. It creates like a, I think the term is centrifugal force. I could be wrong, but it keeps it from popping out. Okay. Yeah, at face value, they all look similar. Yikes. I will say Brad's was a little better before the shampoo. I think Brad's sorry. Product recommendation for low porosity. Weightless hydration is probably best for you. So, because the hydrating molecules are smaller. That makes sense. When you have low porosity hair, it's hard for moisture to get into the hair, which is why we don't recommend keratin treatments or Brazilian blowouts for people that have low porosity hair, because you're sealing down that cuticle even more, making it even harder for hydration to get into the hair. So, all right, let's blow dry this bitch. I'll use a round brush since somebody requested that earlier. I don't know why I got the, well, whatever. More Manic Panic. Let me just blow all the shits and bits under. The cord to my phone got pulled slightly out of the charger box, so that's what happened. So I stopped right away, right when it cut out. Okay. I can't wait for all the conspiracies to start now. You guys saw that was like 30 seconds, right? I didn't have much time to do anything. Sorry about that. It's drying much better now that it's had a shampoo. I don't know. When you compare it to the Manic Panic before, the Manic Panic looked a lot more faded than like the Manic Panic looked way more faded than the Brad Mondo. As of right now, it doesn't look way more faded. It's still more faded, but I got Pravana smelling like Matrix Total Results moving. So long damage, I think is what it calls like the orange one. What do you call it? So long damage. Gotta blow all the shits and bits underneath. I made that joke earlier, but I think the song cut out what it is. Too far away to talk over the dryer. Pulp Riot's holding up. Honestly, it's saturated the best as far as I'm concerned. Even up in the more dense areas, it's saturated better. Well, come on. Okay, so yeah, blow drying that way is much easier. Hot here. Yeah, pulp is winning for sure as of right now because pulp saturated even in the thicker sections, like painting up top, because we're really focusing down here. It's going to give every single color line a fair shake. But to be honest, because of the consistency of Pulp Riot and it being a conditioning direct dye pigment, its base is conditioner. It spread through the different levels of hair up here because this is two pieces of tape and extensions stuck to each other. So you have a thing of hair about, I'll show you guys. So typically what I would like to put into a foil would be about that much hair. That's even quite a bit, right? So you have this much hair, a slice of hair in between, and then another extension on the back. So that right there is super thick to try to get color to saturate through. More specifically a direct dye pigment. Like permanent semis and demis, they can saturate through that a little bit easier. So that's why I'm saying down here is where we're gonna focus on all the different color lines because that's where the color is gonna be the most dense. Damn. Yikes. Okay. Okay, so from the front, this poor guy. Saturation's more even throughout. The color is holding true. This is faded a little bit. Still pretty strong, but looking in that mirror and looking at it from this angle. So Pravana is actually holding up as far as like tone is more even all the way through than the Manic Panic is. So after first wash, cold water, shampoo, hydrate. Pravana is going to take a 3. Bradmondo is going to take the 2. I'm actually going to give Pravana the 1 and Manic Panic the 0. Pravana actually did hold up towards the bottom much better than, I know it seems like this is more dense. This is actually just an even, from here down, it's an even consistency. Here it looks more vivid, but from here down, it's not as even of a consistency as that, but just barely. Yeah, Pravana did reformulate. I'm not loving it, but ooh, that's a good one. I'll do the straightening right before I do the color remover on them. I hate Ion. This one's Brad's right here. This is Pulp Riot. This is Pravana. This is Manic. And out the gate, even in the more dense areas, this saturated better. The 2 thicker ones saturated much better. So his is kind of got like this like clay mud. It's almost got like a mud consistency, like a hair mud, not like mud on the ground. That has more of a mud consistency. This had more of a conditioning consistency. So this one's gonna be able to penetrate different layers of hair a lot easier. This one, not so much. But these are gonna do much better than these 2, which had more of a like gel-like consistency. Ion's fucking hard to get out of a hair. That's it fades real fast, and what leaves behind doesn't like move. Close up. Okay, come here, lady. All right, so Brad, Manic, Pravana, Pulp, Pravana, Pulp, Brad, Pulp, Brad. So there's more density right here. So let me turn Brad so it's got more density. There you go. See how it's like lighter down at the bottom, deep right in here, and then gets lighter at the top. But this is consistent all the way down. That's what I'm looking at. Well, if you missed the beginning colors, I'm going to be downloading this, and I'm going to take the highlights from it. It's gonna take me a minute to get through it all, but I'm gonna take the highlights from it, and I'm gonna put together like a TikTok highlight reel type of situation. But the entire live will be over on YouTube. Okay, if you just got here, for those that just got here, Bradmondo, Manic Panic, Pravana, Pulp. Yeah, well, these are already pre-lightened because they're extensions or tape-ins. That's why they're clipped down, because I was just like, real quick. So they started slipping, and I'm like, no, let's not do that. But does anybody do any other stylist blow dry like I blow dry, where you use the blow dryer and the brush to avoid touching the hair? The more you touch hair, the more you disrupt it. So I use the brush, or the blow dryer. The thing about that is they're over there, but we have barbicide wipes. I wipe down my blow dryer after I do a blow dry on a client, because you have a client's hair sitting on top of your blow dryer. You need to wipe it down to make sure it's sanitized. always should pre-lighten the hair before doing a direct dye pigment if you want them to hold. Brad showed off his blue on his brother's hair. He's like, you don't even have to pre-lift it to do it. And then put it in his brother's hair. And I was like, that looks muddy. It looks muddy. It looks muddy there, bud. It looks muddy there, bud. Putting that color on your brother's noggin there. Mondo's holding up all right. The consistency, it's like deeper in this area. It's more faded on above and below. Pulp Riot's consistent all the way through. Pravana's actually holding up better than I thought it would. Honestly, if we're talking consistency from top to bottom, Pravana is better than the, because all of this is super saturated. You can see some pieces where it let go of the Manic. So Manic is kind of is running behind. Legit, Mondo's product and Manic Panic are fighting it out for a second right now. Pink, or they're both. They're corals. Mondo. Pulp, Pravana, and then back here is Manic. For holding color, hydration, color safe. Yeah, I'm not going to buy out the entire line and then try them all. That's not going to happen. These are an inch, but I fit larger than an inch. It's just easier to say inch. So, what color are they? Pink or orange? They're coral. So they're a mixture of pink and orange. So one's going to lean more pink and the one's going to lean more orange. Even this back here, putting it up next to the other oranges. The other corals, it's going to look more pink. If people send me more, will I do another test? Yeah, but like my friend actually purchased that XMondo product because it didn't want anyone tampering with it and then sending it to me and me thinking like, oh, hey, this will work. And they have like food coloring or some shit in there. The verdict's not out yet. This is what I have going on. So I'm like taking notes on how it's performing in every little piece. As far as like first rinse, shampoo, bleeding. We're gonna do a second wash here in a second. I'm just like cooling off after the blow dry. Your classes got canceled tomorrow. Today's good. That's cool. And go a crazy color. Okay, so here's a little tip and trick for you guys if you guys don't, because Vivids cost the most money. You can go into a salon and ask them to do a raw lift on you, where they just they lift your hair with a lightener, they do all the lightening process for you. And then have them, dry your hair, head home, and then do your own vivid colors at home. So that's a tip. Vivid colors, you really can't do much damage to your hair. It's the prepping process that is where all the damage goes. In Northern Orange County. I don't shout out my beauty school on here because I don't know, they treat their staff like shit. They treat their students even worse. The administration's horrible, so I'm not going to give them any like clout. Haven't tried Good Dye Young yet. We're going to be trying it soon. You just tell them you just want to be lifted, not toned. And when they're like, what? Be like, I have my own Vivids to put on my hair at home. I just need it lifted for me. I don't want to damage the hair lifting it. And they'll typically be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. So don't expect it to be like a super even lift either. Like, it's okay if it's not like perfectly even. You're going to be covering it with a bunch of color. You want it as even as possible, but like, don't like freak out. I've worked with Matrix. I don't love it. It's also very one-to-one. So even though the tubes of color are priced cheaper than like what I use, my line goes further than Matrix does, even though mine's more expensive because of how it's mixed and how it spreads. If you're interested in cosmetology school, what I recommend, like so many people are leaving, we're not even done with the product. That's fine. You guys can't hang out all day. Aveda Color fucking blows. It's matte, dry, whatever. Whatever schools are in your area, try to find out what their state board passing rates are. Typically, you can call the state board of cosmetology in your state and then ask them, like, what's the passing rate of these schools? That's if they continue to keep track of the schools. It's been 20 years since I've gone, but Paul Mitchell products, no. Paul Mitchell is going to be sold in gas stations eventually with the way they divert. Okay, now we're washing hot water. We're going to get that going. We're going to wash hot water with hydrating Color Safe shampoo. Salon Centric, they're great. They sell a lot of products for us. I'm letting this heat up. For those wondering if Brad's ever reached out to me, no. He hasn't. And he does reach out to people, but he's not going to reach out to me. That would be like career suicide or something. I don't know. I liked Bumble and Bumble back in 2001 when they were still relevant. I would love to see them. I would love to see them reformulate, repackage, and then just make a comeback. That'd be really fucking cool. You're bored with Brad being discussed by me? I'm answering questions of people asking me about Brad. So. You're speaking for a lot of people asking me questions. Questions contrary to the statement you made. Trust, I don't want my content to be about him. Lately it's been about people putting urine and lube and egg salad in their hair. For whatever reason. I think the universe is just dicking with me, to be honest. Why did I not think to pull all the hair except for the extensions back earlier? God damn it, John. It's making it so much easier. Oh yeah, you guys need to see what I'm doing. So, it's hot. I'm not sure if you guys can see the steam. This is hot water. As hot as it goes. You can see it's turned that way. It was turned the other way last time. Okay. Verb hydrating shampoo. Okay, so that's how much it's bleeding. I'm not sure if you guys can see that slight hue of pink there. It's not a lot of pink. It's been hot water and shampoo. This is the Manic Panic. So that's the bleeding of the Manic Panic right now. That's what's coming out. Take off my hands real quick so I can. Now I'm going on to the Brad Mondo strand right here. Again, hydrating shampoo. Girl, why are you dancing? Stay still. It's not that serious. A lot more color in Brad's than Manic Panic's. So we're gonna work that shampoo in more and see. Because I didn't even really run it through the ends. Yeah, that's quite a bit of pigment there. Okay. Now for the other sides. So this is gonna be the Pravana. Goddamn spare bills. I mean, yeah, the hair modeling gig ain't really like doing the most for her. So somebody come get her. Not as bad as Mondo's, not as good as Manic's. So far, when it comes to bleeding, faded, slippage of the color during a shampoo, hot shampoo, so far, Manic Panic is doing the best, Pravana the second best, Brad Mondo the third best. So let's see how Pulp Riot holds up. Ooh, Pulp Riot, you got some explaining to do. Oh, where you going, lady? Get back here. And that, I would say, is the worst of them all. Pulp Riot comes in fourth for hot water bleed. Does a conditioner base, so keep that in mind. And Pulp Riot clients know to wash their hair with cold water. This is why we tell you to wash your hair with cold water, because what was it the last time? First wash, Pulp Riot had the least amount of pigment coming out with the shampoo under cold water. The cold water hydrating shampoo, Pulp Riot did the best. Manic Panic did the worst, which is weird because it should have done. Anyway, all right, let's clean them out. Let's clean her off. Girl. Again, I'm using hot water to rinse all this color. Kind of hoping Brad would do a little bit better. I wanted Brad's to put up more of a fight. Okay. Where is her towel, girl? She's going through it today. I mean, everyone's gonna, like, if you guys are gonna be hard pressed to find a vivid color line that's not going to bleed, especially if you're washing it with warm water. The amount of people that are like, I wash my hair with cold water, and then I'll like, turn on my sink and show me how cold you're washing your hair with. And they show me, I'm like, nah, not even close. Oh, yikes. Cold water needs to be like ice cold. You typically tell, for Pulp Riot customer, we typically tell them to wash their hair in a sink with ice cold water. That's going to give them the best longevity on their color. So I'm not going to try Redken's new shit. And the reason why is because they knowingly, with their full chest, had Mondo represent them. Document my findings. Second wash, hot, hydrate shampoo. We're gonna do, Pravana got the 0, or Pulp Riot got the 0. Pravana got a 2, XMondo got a 1, MP got a 3. mean, truly, you see how much slipped out after the shampooing process. So this could actually end up being brighter than it was before. It's because the most pigment comes off during the shampooing process. Doesn't mean it's fading the most, because some color lines pack way more pigment than others. So even though this one showed less pigment in the shampoo, like suds itself, after rinsing, this might have a lot less pigment in it, say, than Pravana that showed more color in the suds, but less fading after the wash. So. This will probably be the saving factor for Pulp Riot and Mondo. And Pravana, really. Why extensions? Because this hair melted when I tried to pre-lighten it. That's why there's extensions in there. But that faded a lot since that probably faded by like 20%. This faded quite a bit as well. Weirdly, the Pravana faded decent. It's holding up. I mean, where the strands it is holding on to are even all the way through. And then this is probably the most vivid of them all so far. Still. Redken used Brad Mondo to cash grab on their new product shortly after they reformulated, and so they reformulated and repackaged last year, and then they came out with their ABC, their acidic base, whatever thing. And Brad Mondo was like, use this, because they knew that his followers would just purchase it whether they actually needed it or not. It didn't matter to them whether or not people need it. They just wanted the cash grab. They wanted the money because they know people will purchase it just because he said to. And I'm not going to sit here and be that person that goes, get your bag, boo-boo. Like, no. Like, they know damn well that he doesn't know what he's talking about. They know damn well that he's not the stylist he claims to be. They know damn well it's all a facade, and they still capitalized on that, which to me is gross. It was a slap in the face of every stylist that supported them since the beginning that never went anywhere. I don't think that they're a bad company. I don't think their product is bad. They just lost my respect for that business move. Best lightener for curly hair, anything with a bond builder in it, honestly. But I prefer Wellaplex, or Blonderplex, I mean. I use, instead, I like this more. I think it's cool. We're not done yet. Hot rinse. I would say 3, 2, 1, 0. So after the hot shampoo, so during the hot shampoo, Manic Panic pushed the least amount of pigment, probably because I don't have much left, during the shampoo while it was sudsing up. Brad's, Pravana was second least amount of pigment in the suds. Brad's was third amount of pigment. And then Pulp Riot came in last on the amount of pigment that was in the suds. After rinsing, though, Pulp Riot's holding up the best so far. Pravana's holding up the second best. Brad's holding up the third best compared to what it was before the rinse. And then Manic Panic is doing its best. Doing my best. Doing my best, Jim. Oh, I haven't. Well, I mean, Manic Panic feels drier than Brad's. Pravana feels drier than Brad's. Pulp Riot feels softer than Brad's. But Pulp Riot, again, is a conditioner-based product. It's not the Pro line. No, I didn't do the Pro line. These two sides, this side is non-Pro, this side is Pro. So far, Pro is holding up better than non-Pro, but it's a direct dye pigment. There's not much to it. It doesn't have like, it's not comparable to box color, where box color is hyper aggressive because it needs to be to cover gray. Direct dye pigments are designed to stain blonde hair. That's it. So, yes, I'm going to try to lift the color out afterwards. Next up, we're going to do a clarifying shampoo on it. So I'm cooling off because the blow dry, it gets hot in here. For some reason, the rest of the salon suites are older ladies, and they like it 72 degrees in the building, which I'm under this hoodie sweating profusely. I like it to be 55 degrees in the building, but. Titanium flat irons are better than ceramic. They're healthier on the hair, so they say. My flat iron is a ceramic coated titanium, so it's a CTC, ceramic titanium complex. And mine's by Rusk. I really like Rusk's iron, flat iron. But I mean, you can't just purchase Pulp Riot, but you can purchase any hair color if you look hard enough. Will I guarantee that it won't be a counterfeit? No. Get a new towel out. Yeah, I'm part polar bear. Like, it used to be that if the low was 40 degrees or higher in my, like weather-wise, I wouldn't even put on a sweater leaving the house. Now, like, I can comfortably go outside in 30 to 35 degree weather in a t-shirt. I don't know why. Vancouver. Yes, the whole thing will be posted on YouTube. Guy Tank's cool. Which is which? Okay. Manic Panic, Mondo, Pulp Riot, Pravana. It's all starting to look one color though. I mean, it's... Those aren't far off. Like Pravana started out, this is Pravana, started out not strong. Mondo's pigment started off very strong. So as far as the most fadage would be between these two. And honestly, I would say it's Manic Panic that has the most fadage so far. Am I surprised? No, I actually wanted Mondo's to put up more of a fight. Like, the ends is where it gets me, because the ends are super, like, there you can see the blonde coming back through right there. And the ends were the most saturated part. So, here, I'll get it closer up for you guys. So, down towards the ends here, see it? You can see the, well, the cover, that light above me is super warm. See how you can see the blonde piece coming through again? But like Manic Panic, it's kind of doing that at the bottom. So everything above that, that's the end of the Manic Panic. That's actually holding up a little bit better. This is actually holding up great. This is holding up great. This is the Pravana one. And then that's Pulp Riot. Still holding up really well. Pravana does look more orange, but it's a coral, so it probably just has more orange in its pigment. Then I'm going to use blank canvas on them, yes. This was the color they all started at. If that's what you're talking about, like what color was the hair that I put it on, that was the color they all started at. I keep forgetting this thing fucking moves. So the person that purchased the XMondo color just grabbed the first one. And typically a hair care line will, or hair color line that's available to the public will post their newest shit first and then their older shit later because they want to promote their newer stuff. And so she chose coral, my friend. Coral also happens to be my favorite color, like neon coral is my favorite color. Something more along the lines of those two mixed is like my gig, right? So, who is exhibiting fan behavior? Oh, you guys, if someone's like trying to talk shit on me or insult me in my chat function, let them. I don't care. Like, I'm unbothered by that kind of shit. Like, it couldn't be me. They're wasting their time, and if they're wasting their time focusing on me rather than like harassing somebody else, then so be it. As long as somebody else isn't getting harassed, I'm cool with that. I'm gonna use the blank canvas by Pulp Riot. I've washed them twice. I did a cold water. So I rinsed the color out because you don't wash out direct dye pigments when you first put them in the hair. You rinse them out. And I noted how well they rinse compared to each other. This one, hard time, left it a little greasy. These two did really well. This one did pretty well. But the first rinse was just a cold rinse to get the color out. And Pulp Riot had the most pigment. XMondo came in second. And then I did a cold water hydrating shampoo wash, color safe shampoo, the second time. And on the second rinse out, Manic Panic did the best as far as like not fading. Pulp Riot came in second, and then it was a toss up between XMondo and Pravana. And then on the third, wait, what is that? I have it all written down here. Okay, so the first wash, Pulp Riot did the best on rinsing out and staying the most vibrant on the just like the first rinse out, not a wash. The second time around, the Manic Panic showed the least amount of pigment in the suds, followed by Pulp Riot, and then it was a toss-up between Pravana and XMondo. And then the third round was a cold water hydrating shampoo. That was the same one, but it was after the rinse. Pulp Riot held up the best as far as pigment went. XMondo second, Pravana third, Manic Panic last. And then we did a hot water shampoo, which the pigments, there was more pigment in the suds with Pulp Riot and the least amount of pigment in the suds with Manic Panic. And then Pravana, and then XMondo. So it went Manic Panic, Pravana, XMondo, Pulp Riot, as far as like which had like the least versus the most pigment in there. But that doesn't mean that most of the pigment didn't rinse out in the first one. And then after the shampooing, rinsing out the shampoo, Pulp Riot had the least amount of fadage. Pravana came in second to that. XMondo third, and Manic Panic fourth. So I'm gonna add these up across the board when it's all done. Whichever has the best overall score will be like the winner, I guess. If that's the best way to say it. He has a bond protector or whatever in it, which just typically makes color grab more, but it also can make color really hard to get out. Like I was telling everybody when I first started this, that a trick that we used to use when Olaplex came onto the market was we were putting the Olaplex Part 1, like the bond builder, I think that's Part 1. We were putting that in our toners to make our toners last longer. So this is the clarifying shampoo I'm going to be using, Kenra. And I'm going to do it with warm water. So let's get this going. Heat up. How do I use K18 now instead of Olaplex? It really depends on the needs of the guest. So if they need a little bit more prep, you dampen the hair, you spray it in, you let it sit for 4 minutes, and then you get to doing your service, and then you follow it up at the very end after rinsing and shampooing. You don't condition, and you put the more... You put the mask in. You leave that in for 4 minutes before you put any styling products in, and then you style as needed. Pravana is holding up. Pravana did not look promising in the beginning, but Pravana is holding its own. Like, it's consistency is still even all the way through. It faded like a lot in the beginning, but it's like, I think it was just the initial fade and then it's holding out where it's at. Brad's faded second least in the beginning and has started dropping off faster and faster as we've gone. Pulp Riot overall is doing the best. I expected that, but I've also used everything but Mondo, and I ended up gravitating towards Pulp Riot because it worked better. So to me, of course, that's going to be the better bet. But I mean, if Pravana were to outpace Pulp Riot, since I haven't used them since they reformulated, then yeah, I would switch back to Pulp Riot. I'm going to use what's going to work the best. I don't have an allegiance to anything. I do have an allegiance to Wella, but I've used Wella and then used something else for a while and went back to Wella, and then used something else for a while and then went back to Wella, and then used something else for a while. I've done that my whole career. I prefer Wella. So anything hydrating or strengthening is going to be best for damaged hair. You are really trying to get out of here, aren't you? Girl, stay put. Okay. Here we go. Cool. First up, Manic Panic. I love the way the Kenra clarifying shampoo smells. It's so good. Okay, so I'm going to show you what's in the sides. A lot more pigment came out with the clarifying shampoo, as expected with those sides. Then the first time. Now for Brad's. What I'm waiting for is, I have been told several times that these fade quite a bit and then they get stuck. That's what I'm waiting to see. And I'm gonna know as soon as I, okay, wow. That's quite a bit of pigment. I'm trying to cover it so you guys can see. The light above me will take away from. Okay. Quite a bit came out on that one. I'm curious to see. I'm surprised none of you have like screenshot each result as I went. Somebody might have. I would have. Because I would want to compare them all to each other later on without having to wait for me to come out with a video that shows them side by side by side. This is the Pravana. So Pravana, so far I would say Manic Panic had, no, I'd say Brad Mondo had the most pigment loss, then Manic Panic, then Pravana. I don't know, no, I would say Manic Panic. I'm gonna say Manic Panic, then Brad, then Pravana. All right, time for Pulp Riot. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a strip. Girl, stay still. Girl, not in the mood. Don't. Thank you. Girl, no. Get it together. You're embarrassing me. Hate crime. Homophobic doll head. Whoop. Just like the first time. The most pigment comes out with Pulp Riot. Just like the first time. But again, like I said before, even with the Brad Mondo, just because more pigment comes out in the suds does not mean that it's gonna fade the most, because even though they are pushing a lot of pigment, they might have more pigment to start with out the gate. that Mondo one has changed quite a bit. Just right there alone, that brighter color, that's the Manic Panic. The not as bright color of the two over there, that's Brad Mondo's. There we go. Those are all the colors together. I can already tell you guys that Pulp Riot's holding up the best. Manic Panic is actually not doing too bad itself either. And Pravana and, from what I can see in the wet swatches, Pravana and XMondo look to be like the same tone. Okay. Gotta get lunch soon, my stomach's growling. Okay. It's fucking durable, but durable is not always great because that could also mean it doesn't come out when you want to get it out of the hair. So let's turn you guys back this way. I'm trying to be careful. Last time I accidentally loosened out the cord to the charger. That's why it died. XMondo. That's Pulp Riot. That's XMondo. Does not look good for Mondo. Let's get this one brushed out a little bit because this one's really slipping. If you guys are familiar with the brush, the Tangle Teaser, which this brush right here, I fucking love this brush. This one, the Iku, is stiffer. I've actually been favoring this more. If I could put the grip of the Tangle Teaser with the bristles of the Iku, that'd be the perfect brush. That's not on the hair. That's my hand that you're hearing. So I think I'm just like ripping through the hair. It's the bristles on my hand. This is the Pulp Riot. Okay, friends. Hey, Jen. I'm ambidextrous, so I can blow dry both-handed. I can, I shoot pool both-handed. I write predominantly with my right hand, but if I need to, I can use my left hand. Like if I was doing something over here and I had to sign something really quick, I can do that. So, do the close up for you guys. That is Mondo. That is Manic. Put the two next to each other. The Manic Panic is a lot more vibrant than the Mondo. So this is Pravana. That is Pulp Riot. Pulp Riot is a lot more vibrant than Mondo. This seems to have a little bit more pigment. This Pravana has more pigment, but Mondo's fadage is more even though it's really, really faded at the ends there. And then let's check these two against each other. A little bit more pigment lasting in the Manic, but not all the way through the hair, as you can see. Like it's fading off. This is holding up stronger all the way down the hair shaft. Again, this saturated better, so that would be why. It's not so much patchy. Like the ends are rinsing out super quick. I would say Manic Panic is the most patchy out of all of them, and yeah, Pulp Riot is the least patchy. But as far as intensity goes, what this started out to what it is now is the biggest difference on fadage. What this started out as to what it is now, second largest difference, I guess. Third largest difference, and this one's closest to its original. So I'm going to combine the suds and the rinse on that. Clarify. 3, 2, 1, 0. Least fadage afterwards. Second least fadage. 1, 0. All right, hold on. Let me add this up real quick. Now, starting point and end point. I'm going to give we'll just do end point. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Hold on. Let me see here real quick. 3, 6, 9, 11, 14, 17. 3, 6, 9. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and a half. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 1, 4, 9, 10, 12, 13. That is not what I expected. Okay, so what I'm going to rate these real quick so far, as far as all of this before removing color. You guys can see I have a little like numbering system that I was doing. In first place with the most points would be Pulp Riot. That came out on 17. It got zeros in quite a few places. Pravana came out at Manic Panic came out third with 13 points, and then Pravana came out with 10 and a half, and Brad Mondo's came out with 7 and a half. So now we're going to put color remover on it. I know somebody wanted me to use an iron too, so let me, this will be like the bonus points, I guess. Iron work, and then color remover, CR. Okay. All right, so let me get my iron out. Girl. Hold on, guys. I'll talk to you in a minute because that Pulp Riot lifts for about 30 minutes. I'm gonna use a 6 volume. So for this hair type, I would do 370. 370 is what I'm setting it at. I wouldn't mind putting Manic Panic up against like Arctic Fox, Lime Crime. We're just gonna avoid splat altogether because I don't even want to like encourage people to even look in that direction. So I'll give you guys an up close so you can see it. So this is the Manic Panic at 370 Fahrenheit. That was a lot of fadage. You can see where it started to fade. I should have done half and half. Let's do that. Let's do half of a section. That's like a whole level lighter than that. Ooh, sorry guys. Do half the Pravana section. Well, it didn't really work out because the other side was already lighter, but not much change on Pravana. Oh, you see that change right there in the middle, right there. I'm not gonna do it a second time. There's a definite change there. I think Pravana changed the least as far as the iron went. So Pravana gets 3 points on that one. I'll give Manic Panic 2 points. No, Manic Panic gets 1 point. 2 points. 0. Okay. Now we're gonna do a color remover. Oh God, you guys are killing me here. Can you guys see me in that mirror? All right. Mixing it 3:1 with 1.9 volume. Or 1.9%, which is 6 volume. That's all I need. I really wish they would either put these in a Ziploc or they would put it in a container, because that's the way you only do it in those little sacks that I've seen. So it's got to go to 2 volume or 2 ounces. Perfect. Okay. Sorry if that was loud for you guys. I'm gonna do it like just down on the ends because I want to be able to like compare it to above. Who's requesting right now? can't do it. We're removing. Smell that. Let's get the XMondo out of here. Oh, for those that wanted to, that came in late. So you guys can see, these are all the colors that were used. See, they're all fairly similar in the bowl. I can tell which one's which too by the smell. Tell which one's Pravana, I can tell which one. Manic doesn't really smell like anything. So, there's that. Let's use a stiffer bristle brush. Here we go. It's thoroughly saturated. Typically I wouldn't fold up the bottoms, but it's really a runny consistency. So I don't want it to drip all over the floor. This is the formula I use to remove all my vivids. So I'm well aware of how this is supposed to perform. Okay, she can go back there for a moment. And then I am going to clean quite a bit. Well, y'all hang tight. You've been on your whole work day? Don't let me get you in trouble. I know which one's brass. I can tell by the smell of it. It smells like that bamboo stuff. It gets stronger the longer it goes. I'm a beaut. Okay, thank you. Get your eyes checked. I would use a color remover on red. Also really depends on the red. So what I do with red, because you don't go in one shot. What I do with red is I get it lifted as light as possible, and then I make a matte toner, which is a green-based ash toner. The green counters the red, and then I add a little bit of gold to it, so that takes it away from looking like a muddy tone, and warms it back up a little bit to make it look more like it's supposed to. 6 volume, 1.9%. Blue is hard to get out of the hair. Typically I get it as light as possible, and then I countertone it with gold. Color remover needs to sit for 30 minutes. So 30 to 35 minutes doesn't really matter, it's fine. It's a very, very light mixture. Younger stylists, make sure you thoroughly clean your bowls and brushes, because us older stylists fucking hate cleaning up after you. And there are older stylists that are messy as shit too. I've worked with one. And she'd always be like, that's not mine. I'm like, you're the only one that uses Matrix. This is Matrix. So, girl, it's you. All signs point to you're lying your ass off right now. Well, I already cleaned it up. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. It's not a denial situation here. We're just gonna call it what it is and move on. Thank you. So far, in the end, Pulp Riot's been the best. Manic Panic held up second as far as like overall performance. Now, if you talk about like which one faded the most versus which one held up the best, Brad's faded the most. I mean, he had a better starting point after all was said and done, but the fade was the worst for him. Oh, thank you for the subscription, guys. I need to have my friend make you guys like stickers and shit for the subscription. To hairstylists out there, I just got access to subscriptions over on the gram. And I'm posting my formulas over there, but it's only under subscription. So if you see the picture, there's only 2 up right now, and there's like a couple like videos of me just kind of explaining what it's going to be about. If I post, so my last 2 hair photos that I posted, I have the formulas up for. Any other hair that I post from there forward, I'll also put the formulas up on subscription. And if you guys have any suggestions for subscriptions over on IG, feel free to DM me and I'll make it work. Keep it classy, keep it cute. Well, I'm gonna have to tell you about that much. I'm not going to do a tutorial, a haircutting tutorial for people that aren't professionals. I understand all the risks involved with you guys doing advanced services at home. I'm not trying to gatekeep them. I just know that the way I teach is my foundation. It's going to be, you have to have a hair foundation to understand what I'm saying. So I'll be talking about elevation and methods of like which shears I'm using and what method I'm using with each shear, what technique I'm using. So like you might visually see what I'm doing, but without having any hands-on training, you could potentially get what I'm doing wrong. And then you'll ruin your hair and you're gonna be like, well, I followed everything you said. But in reality, like, you confuse one thing for another. Like, the amount of people I've seen do their own haircuts and they start point cutting their hair, and they go, well, I've seen people do this to blend it, so I'm going to do this to blend it. But they don't realize that we're actually looking for something specific in the hair where we're point cutting. I know it looks like we're moving fast, but it's because we've already gauged what we need to to point cut before we took the shears into that little subsection. So out of natural, you want to go deep brown from natural blonde? Shouldn't be too hard. As long as you have like a golden tone inside the brown, it should be fairly simple getting you there without a filler. Did someone say I'm gatekeeping my professional knowledge that I went to school with and spent the last 20 years gaining? I'm gatekeeping that. So if a person is accusing you of gatekeeping knowledge that you've worked really hard over a long period of time and you paid a lot of money for, or you apprentice under and you know just kind of how to pay your dues through being an apprentice, which is a lot of work, it's rough, especially dealing with the ego. My thing is how dare you think that you have a right to access me? You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck do you think you are that you get to access me? Like, I decide who accesses me, my artistry, my knowledge. I choose what knowledge I want to share of mine because it's mine to choose. Nobody has a right to tell me what I need to tell them. Yeah, no, fuck all the way off. Like, I could, and if you're going to call me a gatekeeper, cry harder. You're acting entitled. That's what's happening, and you're trying to project the insult onto me. You're trying to make me the bad person in your own entitlement. I have no problem helping people out. I have no problem explaining why something doesn't work. The reason why I don't tell people how things do work and to get them to work or what to do to make them work is because, again, I don't want somebody attempting it, not fully understanding what I'm saying, ruin their own hair, and then, you know, have to deal with the consequences of ruining their own hair. Because it goes a lot further than, oh, well, my hair looks stupid. Yeah, well, you could also lose your job. Your job could take one look at you and go, damn, you fucked your hair up. It has to look natural. It does not look natural. And then you go, okay, and then you try to fix it yourself because you can't afford the correction, and you come back in and you're like, no, still it looks messed up. So that's a long-term consequence. If you had hair as long as mine, which typically is down to my waist, and you burnt it off, or you fucked up a cut and had to have it cut up to your chin, to get it back to when you loved it last is going to take you about 3 to 4 years. So your self-esteem is going to be shot. You're going to go through quite a few different stages of awkwardness with your hair growth. So, you know, and then who do you blame? Me? Because you decided to follow my advice? And then when, you know, I bring this up and people are like, well, not everyone can afford to get their hair done. You don't have to have your hair colored. You don't have to have your hair colored. And it's always someone that's like, you don't understand, you know, the pressure's put on women to look a certain way. I am a gay man. Society has pressured me to be heteronormative my entire life. Like, I understand pressure from society. But at the end of the day, like, you can box color your hair to cover the grays if you need to. It's not the best for your hair, but like you can do basics, right? And if you listen to me, you'll hear me say things like you counteract green with gold and red, you counteract blue with gold, you counteract gold with blue. Like you'll hear me say those things and you can take note of that and, you know, apply that information, but I'm not going to sit here and potentially set you up to ruin your hair. Like I have a lot more respect for you as a stranger than to set you up for that. And that's one of the things that makes me like kind of irritated with stylists like Brad Mondo, because he just cares about the attention he's getting for telling you how to do it. And then of course, everyone's like, he finally made it accessible for all of us. Did he? Because I see him reacting to your videos all the time and he's making money off of it and you're not making a dime. So tell me how he's made it more accessible for you and not a bit of content for himself. I'll wait. I think people think I'm just trying to be a dick and like, no, you can't do your own hair. I don't care if you do your own hair. If you want to do your own hair, go fucking do your own hair. I don't give a shit. It's not going to change my day at all. I won't even know about it unless you tag me. Like, I don't care. Stylists typically don't care. Will we give our client shit? Yeah, because it's funny. But like, we give them shit for a second and then we get into work and we don't mention it again. Or we'll give them a hard time. Like, are you going to cut your own bangs this time? No? Okay. Better not. Don't try to play that shit off as if it was mine. That's not my work. You know, like, but we have that relationship with our clients and we know like the boundaries of the relationship with our clients to be able to do that. But if someone's like truly shaming you, they think a little highly of themselves. Now, am I going to shame somebody for getting on the internet with their entire chest and in full confidence and telling people bad advice, hell yeah, I'm gonna shame them. Because typically those people are told, hey, this is bad advice. And instead of taking down the videos, they either turn off their stitch or turn off their comments and turn off their duets, thinking that other creators like myself can't get a hold of it. But that's when you end up getting your shit downloaded, because I can get a hold of your video without a watermark on it if I want, very easily. So if I'm going after somebody, I'm going after them for sharing bad information, not for doing their own hair. Because what might work for one person isn't going to work for every person. We've got about 20 minutes left, guys. Yeah, exactly. Cosmetology schools to get through your boards. I had someone say I was gatekeeping this information and keeping it behind a paywall. Like your generation doesn't get it. Gen Z can barely afford to live, let alone, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying the economy is shit for Gen Z, but I think that Gen Z quite often forgets that I'm a millennial. I'm not a Gen Xer. I'm not a boomer. I am an older millennial, which means I came into my adulthood and I started my career during the crash of the economy, the second largest economic crash our country's history has ever seen. The first was the Great Depression. The second was the 2008 recession. And around that time, multiple homes on every street in every neighborhood were up for foreclosure, even apartment complexes. Small businesses were closing left and right. People were being fired and laid off en masse, right? Nobody was hiring. Unemployment rates were through the roof. In 2008, during the peak of it, I was a working stylist and homeless. Like, so when people come at me like, oh, no, you don't get it. Like, I understand what you guys are going through, and I'm doing my best to like make people aware of these things on more political action that I do. So that way we can like set up a better plan for Gen Z, and more so the generation that follows after them. But, and if you guys truly listen to like, or went through my content, you would know what I stand for politically. But like to have a person just sit there and be like, well, you're gatekeeping a luxury. I'm like, I can't afford Ferraris. I would love to drive one. Those things are fucking fun as shit to drive. I'm not saying people are gatekeeping it from me because I can't afford it. I don't need it. It's something I want. I think often people want something and they can't get it, so they get mad at the people that aren't just going to give it to them. And I think people need to, like reevaluate what they're asking of others. And, like I will advocate for fair housing. I will advocate for programs to help keep the lights on, food in your belly, your gas on, water running. I will advocate for all of that. But if you're asking me to advocate for your right to access somebody else's artistry or to get something that you don't need just because you want it, like, you're not going to get that from me. Sorry. And if you don't like it, cry harder. I don't know what to tell you at that point. I didn't always have it easy. I know people think I did. Shit, in 2008, when I was homeless, I was living out of my car and couch surfing from couch to couch. And I was lucky enough to have friends that I was able to crash on their couches and use their addresses for different things I need to get myself back on my feet, right? But even then, like, oh, don't get it twisted. I will have my own product line eventually. And I want that to be based off my success as a stylist, not my success as a YouTuber that allows people to believe I'm one of the best stylists out there, because I'm not the best stylist out there. Like, I am not Vidal. I am not, Jamie Dana or Lisa Loves Balayage, or I'm not those people. I can hold my own though. I don't really have thoughts on Biolage shampoo and conditioner because why? Like, they haven't really like reformulated. It's the same thing forever. They're owned by Matrix. I'm not a huge fan of the Matrix Corporation. They did a lot of stylists dirty when they closed down a lot of their salons. They called people in for meetings and said, today's your last day. No warning, just we're shutting down. Today's your last day. Luckily, they were nice enough to give over the clientele list, but they got bought out by the Beautiful Group back in 2017, I believe. And it wasn't Matrix themselves, it was the Beautiful group that came in and was like, you're done. And everyone's like, oh, fuck our drag, I guess. You know? In fact, the salon I was at last, the stylist originated from there, from a Regis. And I knew the owner, because I had worked with her for a while. And I lost a lot of respect for Redken. As far as their product goes, their product is good. But I lost a lot of respect for them the minute they had Brad Mondo push their product. Knowing damn well he doesn't know what he's talking about. They were validating him in a way that he didn't need to be validated. Because he's not what he claims to be. He's not what others claim him to be. He never corrects people. You know, I have people telling me all the time, oh my God, you're, you know, this, you're that. No, I'm not. Or you're the voice for hair. Don't say that. I'd be a bad voice for hair. Like, and it's not like a self-esteem issue because I have a big fucking ego, right? It's like, I keep my ego in check, but it is big. It's more me, like, you know, just, I know what my weaknesses are. I know the talent that's out there, and I would never, ever in my life presume to think I'm better than people that are better than me. That's like me acting like I know everything about curly hair when there's curly hair specialists out there. And one thing I'm not going to do is talk over a curly hair specialist the way Brad has, because Brad's support is blind and it goes to his head. I'm a clean while you work stylist, guys. I don't clean up typically at the end. I clean up while I'm working. This is a little bit different because this is an experiment, so this took a little bit for it to get to where it's at. Okay. No. That has to be sanitized. Has to be sanitized. That's gonna have to be sanitized. This is a brush rake. Sorry guys, I'm almost done. And then we'll talk. Okay. Oh, my business partner coming in here and be like, what the fuck did you do? Shit, I got that start. I know a lot of people like Guy Tang's lightener. I haven't heard anybody really speak on his color line. I've heard a few speak on it, and from what I hear, like decent things, so. You would have to check the bottle that you're purchasing for dimethicone, things like that. You can actually, so Verb is really hard to use in Citicoder on. If you guys go to my YouTube channel, I have a video called Decode Like a Pro, and I show you how to, where I go and what I do to understand the ingredient list, what's in the product, if it's good for you, what trade-offs are worth it, what trade-offs aren't. With Verb is the hard one because Verb is constantly reformulating. They're actually reformulating right now. So that way they can sell all throughout Europe. I don't know why I saw these gloves on. So they can sell all throughout Europe. They're also making all of their bottles opaque, which I'm like, oh, the one thing I love the most is that you could see through the bottle so you knew how much product you had left. But what color line is best for covering grays? Every color line is good for covering grays if the stylist knows what they're doing. It's just called a brush rake. Like rake leaves, brush rake. Oh, I hate the way my hands smell after they come out of the gloves. So I put my hands all the way up my nose. Pulp Riot Purple Shampoo is great. That's Barcelona. That's the name of the shampoo. Hydrating shampoo and conditioner. I've really been loving the Verb Hydrate shampoo and conditioner. Amika's Hydroline is also really good. Yeah. Let's see here. It's lifting. It's like peachy. I mean, it's only been like 20 minutes or so. Well, a little more than that. See how much better that came out? That's like, it's coming out just fine out of the Manic Panic. Hanging on the Mondo. Pravana's just hanging on. Is Manic gonna take the win on the color? Nope. And then Pulp Riot. Pulp Riot's doing the best on color remover. Pulp Riot, then Manic. I have to compare Pravana next to. Let me look at this real quick. Okay, and then look at Brad's. Brad's is looking better than Pravana is. So Pulp Riot, Manic, Brad, then Pravana on the lift. Pulp is the GOAT. No, I didn't start over. This is the last part of the test, and that's to remove the color with the color remover. Best drugstore products. I should actually probably make a video on YouTube explaining how you're actually doing yourself a disservice and it's costing you more money at the end of the year buying over-the-counter or drugstore products versus a professional product. There is a girl on here that has done a shampoo. She shampooed her hair in her sink. And she went through all the same steps that I tell everyone to go through. Not saying she like copied me. I'm saying like she's a stylist that knows what she's talking about when it comes to shampoo as well. But she also discussed, I'm losing the thought here, over-the-counter shampoos versus professional and how it like can end up costing you more in the long run. And I might go look for her again. If you guys know who she is, let me know. Tag me in her video. And then I'm gonna like probably like duet it or repost it or something. Hey, Patty. It's hard to keep up with you guys right now. Anything hydrating is going to be good for dry hair. Dead, broken hair, you can't revitalize. You can't revive that. You can mask it, make it feel like it's good until you grow it out. With like that's what I feel like K18 and Olaplex really do. They can like reform bonds or build bonds in the hair, but like it's the Curlsmith line. Curlsmith is great. It has a lot of education there. Somebody who recommended it to me and others had told me that it was black owned, and for a while, and I posted a correction video on this. For a while, I was like, yeah, it's black owned, it's independent, like go support it, because it is independent. It's not black owned, it's their top investors are black. So it was just a mix up of information. Madison Reed color, no thanks, I'll pass. It's gonna be a hard pass. Yes, I like the Pulp Riot Cream Lightener. Believe it or not, I'm not a fan of the Blondor Cream Lightener. I don't feel like it has enough lift. I feel like you get much more lift out of the Pulp Riot's Cream Lightener. I would like to play with more cream lighteners just in case Pulp Riot's not my favorite, you know? What I used to do though, I do like Blondor cream lightener when you mix it with Wellaplex or Olaplex or a bond builder, whatever one you prefer. I like that for brightening up my blondes. You know, a good amount of Wellaplex with a cream lightener and 20 to 10 volume on damp hair. You can run it through for a minute and then rinse it out. You can brighten up the hair significantly. Yes, if you subscribe over on Insta, yeah. I just got access to it and like I was starting to put out a bunch of content, but I hadn't had any subscribers yet, so I'm gonna start putting more formulas over there. My formulas are in Wella, so I will do a video to explain an app that you can use that will I'll tell you guys what the app is in the subscriber video that will show you how to convert your color line from Wella or Wella to your color line. Good for thin, oily hair. Ghost by Verb. I don't just use Verb. Here we use Verb, so you're gonna hear me talk about that a lot. I just recently tried a bunch of shampoos. I had to take a break because my scalp just couldn't handle it. I have seborrheic dermatitis. My scalp couldn't handle all the shampoo reviews I was doing over on YouTube, so I had to take a break from that for a minute. Plus, we were opening up this space and leaving our other space, and had a lot going on, so I've had to take a step back, and I'm trying to put out as much content on TikTok as I can for right now, because that filming, editing, posting is super second nature to me. I'm starting to figure out Instagram more and more that, and I'm pulling my videos from TikTok, posting them up over on Instagram if that's where you prefer to get your content. But yeah, so we are in the color removing process, and I'm very proud of Pulp Riot. Very proud. And I'm proud of Manic Panic. It's doing the damn thing. It's doing the damn thing. Favorite detangler. I use a brush to detangle. So, I don't like Euphoria. I use the shampoos and conditioners that work for me. I could tell you, hey, this is what keeps my, seborrheic dermatitis at bay. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you. You kind of just have to find what's going to work. Sexy Hair just used the music sticker in their story over on Insta. For fine curly hair, I like the Tingle Teaser. You'll get a lot of good reviews on that one. It's spelled teaser, it's spelled like tweezer without the W. I'm not a fan of It's a 10. There's too many rumors, allegations going around about the husband and wife that owned it that I'm just rather not get involved. Best heat protectant, my favorite is Blow Dry Spray by Kenra. I'll show you the two that I use. So, I'll show you a couple of things real quick. So, oh, there's bleach in there. That's right. Don't need to get high on lightener fumes. Okay, so what I like for blow dry is the Kenra Platinum Blow Dry Spray. This is the spray. Now, if you have fine hair that tends to get oily really easily, the mist. So you have a spray and then you have the mist. This only comes in 3.4. This comes in 6.8, 3.4, and 1.8, I believe. The 1.8 is not worth it. The 3.4 is worth it. That's about $25. This one's about $39, $40, and this one's about $22 to $23. So this is what I use for blow drying, and this is the Platinum line. So they have two lines. They have Platinum and Professional. The Color Maintenance Thermal Spray. This is their Professional line. This is what I use for iron work. It's got an 11 hold on it, and when you brush out, it softens down. It doesn't say crunchy. Plus, it smells amazing. It smells like candy and a really nice vacation. And this dry texture spray, so good. Smells so good. Okay. I don't think we need to go all the way down, so I waited a minute. So, okay, it's fully processed. Let's so that is Pulp Riot. This is Pravana. Not much going on there. That's Mondo. And this is Manic. So let's wash these out. Y'all can wait. I'll get to you in a second. Oh, sorry guys, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm rinsing them out right now. Make this easier on myself. A little bit of conditioner, these ends. I can tell you this, I won't be using Pravana anytime soon just based on how little it lifted in this process, so clarifying shampoo. Put it on the other side. Fucking that Pravana didn't even budge. I wonder if Pravana has a color remover specifically designed for their vivid line. I can already tell you guys right now, the absolute fucking winner is for sure Pulp Riot. I would say probably second up is Manic Panic, believe it or not. As far as how it performs and all that, what the fadage is and how well it held up and how easy it was to remove, which means how easy is it going to be to change for, you know, a person, because most people that do vivid colors, they really like to change up their color. Now you have the few people, typically it's purple people. Purple people are psychos. If your favorite color is purple, you're not even mad at me for saying that. You know you guys are psycho. You guys will get your cars purple, which is like special order, which is, my favorite color is orange. I'm not gonna, or coral. I'm not gonna have a neon coral car. So, yeah, that hung on. Okay, time to blow dry these. I'm gonna put this in now. Hey, Pulp Riot. I just proved your shit works really well. Like, super well. To like the masses and shit. I had like thousands of people watching this. Okay, and they're gonna go spread the word. Fucking, you know, sponsor me. shaven is like, nope. It's all right. Funny, I always forget where my audience is. Technically, when you do platform work, I should be standing on the other side, so my high arm doesn't go up. Okay, guys. Bring it in close, bring it in close, bring it in close. Okay. So, color is still running all the way through the ends. You can still see the color stuck in there. Not nearly as bad as Pravana, which barely lifted at all. That is, if you see like the darker yellow tones in here, that's this hair that's in between the extension. But Manic Panic lifted right out. Pulp Riot lifted right out. Pulp Riot versus Pravana. Pulp Riot versus Mondo. So, my final conclusion I would opt for Manic Panic before I'd opt for Brad Mondo. If you want your color, if you're someone that is gonna do like purple and want your hair to stay purple and you want to keep it as long as possible, then I would recommend going with Pravana. If you're someone that likes to be creative and change up your color quite often, then I would recommend sticking with Pulp Riot and going to a professional. You didn't miss out that much. Blank canvas is what I used, yeah. My apron is from Victory Barbers. Mondo looked as good as your spot. Now these are colors that are typically easy to get out of the hair. So Mondo's kind of like, so that's, I'll put it over my sleeve. Oh, sorry. You guys can't see what I'm doing. So this is Mondo's. From my fingers down should be all blonde, right? Because like right here, I don't have to show you guys, but fingers down, it's all blonde. Fingers down, all blonde. Fingers down, what blonde? So I would say, oh, this shit fell apart, gross. I would say that Pulp Riot lifted out the best. Manic Panic lifted out second best. And Mondo's lifted out the third best, and Pravana said, fuck all the way off. I'm not going anywhere. I live here now. And I'm like, okay, well, that's rude, but sure. Pulp Riot took the win overall. You do see more pigment in your suds when washing your hair, but it's more pigmented than the others. So even losing pigment in the sides like the rest of them did, you saw less fadage. Because Manic Panic showed the least amount of suds every time I washed the hair. Like when in the suds were the least tinted from the color of Manic Panic, but Manic Panic did fade quite a bit. But that's just because it doesn't have as much pigment. Yeah, so all of that should be blonde, and his color is still there. It's about as pigmented as that part. So this top half, this right here is Pulp Riot. So that's how well Pulp Riot held up through the whole process. This is Brad Mondo. See how it's like, I mean, honestly, I told you guys everything up here, unfair because it's such a thick section of hair that I painted on, but I took that same section for Pulp Riot. Pulp Riot was able to saturate all the way through. Pravana actually did pretty good at saturating through for the most part. Manic Panic, Mondo, I thought did better at first, but as I washed it, it bled more, so. And you guys saw, I did the exact same thing with each wash, use the exact same product, exact same heat, exact same everything. Guy Tang next. Here's the one thing I will say about Pulp Riot. A lot of their colors are blue based. So as they rinse away, they start to turn blue. Like their green will turn blue, their purple and violets will turn blue. A lot of them will turn blue. The hair, so Pravana is the softest somehow. Followed by the Pulp Riot. Mondo's a little bit softer than the Manic Panic, but this has Bond Builder in it. Bond Builder, like, it's good. I don't know, it's just, sure. If you add like a gold or an orange into your formulas with Pulp, you can control the blue a little bit. Did it work better than I expected? I was hoping it would even be better because I really wanted it to like, I wanted it to put up a fight. Oh, you can see the patchiness in that where it goes like dark, light, dark, light. I knew for a fact it wasn't going to outperform Miss Pulp Riot, so I wasn't too worried about it. And I will say that Manic Panic is definitely, I would reach for Manic Panic before I would reach for Pravana or Brad Mondo. K18 is great for helping with damage from lightener. But once your hair is so damaged, you can't like come back. I used the Pulp Riot's blank canvas. Yes, so the shades I used today were Candy by Pulp Riot. Fun fact, this one, their Neon series, Neon Electric series, glows under a black light. And then the Manic Panic, Pretty Flamingo. And then the XMondo Coral. And the Sunstone by the Chroma Silk Pravana Vivids. I can try to review Guy Tang's products next. And Arctic Fox. We should do like a brackets thing where I put like, because I can do a whole nother set of colors like Good Die Young, Arctic Fox, Iro, I don't even know how to say that, but I can do that one too. I can do another set on and then just compare them to these results. So. So in order, it goes Pulp Riot, Manic Panic, Pravana, then XMondo. Because there was a lot more to it. So I did how they faded after each wash, like where this started and where this ended versus where this started and ended versus where this started and ended versus where this started and ended. This faded the most. This is Mondo. He faded the most. So at the end of the day, Mondo took fourth. I want to say third or fourth, but took fourth. If I was making the determination based upon can I get it out of the hair when I want to, then he took third. But if I want something that's going to last a lot longer, which seems to be people's gripe with him, he took fourth. It wasn't as good as I was hoping to. It seemed promising. At first, it seemed promising. I was like, "Oh, that's saturation. Look at that. Look at that pigment. Look at that pigment." And then it was just like rinse gone. Oh shit. And I washed them all with the same temperature and the same shampoo. And Brad has a blue, yeah. Best to worst, Pulp Riot, Manic Panic, Pravana, Mondo. So. Which brand do I recommend for gray coverage? Direct dye pigments will stain gray hair, but it's not going to cover gray hair. I haven't tried Good Die Young yet. That'll probably be my next one that I do. It's gonna be a minute before I do this again because didn't tell you guys 2 days ago I almost slipped on ice. It was like one of those shit moments, and I like strained my back. And a couple days before that, I almost threw my back out. So it was rough. Now all of these are a direct dye pigment, so they're technically a semi-permanent, but there's no developer or activator mixed with them. They go on pre-lightened hair, they stain the hair, they wash out over time. I'm okay, yeah. It's just my lower back is killing me. That's why I've been sitting down for a lot of this. And if you can see me in right there, see how slouched I am typically? I'm like this. So we'll see. Gaitang, I've heard good things about him. Haven't really heard too much bad about him. I think the point that people are missing, though, when it comes to direct dye pigments is they're designed to wash out fast. That's why they're one of the most expensive services to get done in a salon because A, the upkeep is ridiculous. B, some of them, as you can see, are hard to remove from the hair, right? Yeah, the whole thing will be uploaded on YouTube. I haven't played with Joico in a while, but I can do Joico, Good Dye Young, Arctic Fox. I wouldn't say Brad's flopped, but I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. And not because I have an issue with him, more so just because of the way it performed. Like, it didn't fully lift out. Manic Panic lifted all the way out. Pulp Riot lifted all the way out. This was super... Here, I can actually show you guys. This right here is where this started. This right here. There's no lightener put on this. This is where it started. This is what it faded to within like the first wash. A little more like down there, right? This is where this started. That's what it faded to. This is where this started. That's what this is what it faded to. The light is throwing it off, but that's what it faded to. And then this and this is where it started. This is what it looks like now. And that's how much came out. Wella paints. If you're talking about their Color Fresh Create, no, not yet. I would love to sit down with Wella and help them reformulate their fashion line, but pigment wise. 1-Year-Old Blues, it hasn't out yet. I would just get it as mint light as possible and then go over it with like a level 9, level 10 gold or natural gold toner. That's how I typically get blue out. Which is Mondo, this one. That's Mondo. That's about as dark as it started. That's what it like kind of faded to. It didn't fully remove. It may look like it, but it didn't fully. You can see it running across my finger. It didn't really budge too much with lifting. I'm going to create my own hair care line. I don't think I'd ever want to like compete with hair color up against, say, Wella, but I wouldn't mind making my own Vivid line. I'm just not a huge fan of, I love doing Vivids, but they take forever if you do them properly, 5 to 6 hours, right? If you do like a really, really cool Vivid, it's like 5 to 6 hours. And I typically only do like 1, maybe 2 Vivids a month. So the brands I used were Pulp Riot, Manic Panic, Pravana, and XMondo Color. And I just said them in the order of which perform best and worst. Can you guys see a reapply of what? Oh, this will be up on my YouTube later. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get it from my phone over onto my computer. That's the hard part. I have like a whole story time vlog about coming in here and how I left my last salon, and it's been a problem. But it's just a matter of like plugging it into my computer and then pulling it from there. But if not, I can have JDCon do it for me. They're pretty good about that stuff. No, AirDrop, it gives out. Like if it's more than 15 minutes long, it's gonna give out. If you try to upload it to, say, like your OneDrive or your Google Drive or whatever, it gives out halfway through. Depends on how old your kid is, because I typically don't do kids' hair. I'm located in the Couve. If you're in the Pacific Northwest, you know what that means. We do have the results. They're right behind me. Mondo, Pulp, Pravana, Manic. Do they make Vivids that don't wash out over time? Matrix Cult Color has like demi-permanents that don't fade as fast. But is the salon haunted? No. If you see like weird movement behind me, it's my reflection or the mirror's reflection in this sliding glass door and the next sliding glass door and the mirror on the other side. So there's like a bunch of different reflections in between the camera and the wall behind me. Well, Vivids take a long time because typically we have to remove all of the pigment from your hair. So we have to pre-lighten the hair. If you're coming in for a touch-up or a change, with a change, we're going to remove the pigment off the ends of your hair, right, while we lift your roots. And then your hair has to be shampooed but not conditioned, and then dried fully for a more consistent application. And then you proceed with the application of multiple colors where you're doing an advanced service like a color melt or a balayage or what have you. And that takes, 20, 30, 40 minutes to put on. And then it's going to take another 40 minutes to process depending on the color line that you use. Red Joico out of hair. Illumine stays forever because it has a sealant on it. You're supposed to remove the sealant to get it out. This faded over like 3, pretty bad. I did a cold wash, a hot wash, a warm wash with a clarifying shampoo. So the cold wash and the hot wash were done with a hydrating shampoo, and then I clarified it on the third one. I have no opinion on Davines. Divines. Color brand depends on what kind of color you're talking about. Permanent hair color and toners and whatnot, I favor Wella because Wella is a translucent line. Redken will claim to be translucent, but Redken's pigments really fucking take off. Their pigments are great. However, if you watch people online nowadays, when they do highlights and stuff, you'll see that they leave like huge gaps. It's not down to the root. It looks a mess. And then they like put a root smudge on and then tone the rest out and brush it all together. And then once it's dry, it looks really great. With the translucent line like Wella, you can't be that haphazard. You have to be like precise with your execution of your technique. Otherwise, it's going to show through the color. I don't mind overtoning. I would rather someone leave here a half level darker and it fade back and then stay at the target level rather than them leaving here at the target level, then washing it a few times, it fading to what we covered up or what we covered up peeking through, and then it stay there. So I used to use L'Oreal Professional, but that whole like 1 to 1.5 mixing ratio, that's too much math, which I feel is very homophobic. So. Oh, Lord have mercy. I need a snack. Snack? A snack? I need a snack. Oh, okay. I am a snack. Fun. I don't have french fries. It is 3:05. I've been at this for 4 hours. How tall am I? 6 foot. When I stand up straight, but I sit in my frame because I'm a hairstylist, I look about 5'10". I'm not short, I'll put it that way. We're after hours, it's fine. I've seen hair take green before. I was once at Lowe's picking up paint for some other project I was doing. And one of the junior stylists at the salon called me. She's like, I don't know what happened. This person's hair turned green, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, she's like, fuck me, it's real green. I'm like, send me a picture. I'm like, and describe it to me on a level. She described it to me. I'm like, it's not that bad. It's something that the client had in their hair that reacted with the product. not turn it green. I'm like, all right, you're gonna use 7/7 stroke 4/4. You're gonna spot correct all the green spots. Let it process for a minute. Don't wash it out. Put the overall color that you're going to on top of it. Let it all process. Rinse it out. It'll be fine. And it was fine. But I was like laughing on the phone. I'm like, you got this, dude. It's okay. I'm like with junior stylists, if I'm not at the salon and they're panicking over something, I usually go into like a dad voice where I'm like, you got this, man. You got it. It's good. Dude. Like, that's how I talk to them, to get their confidence and their like back up so they don't start overcorrecting inside their own correction when, you know. I've been doing hair for almost 20 years. 19? I mean, if you count before going to school and all that. I started doing hair when I was 14 on the side at home. My mom taught me. And I do all my friends' hair. So technically 24 years, but. Okay, recap. Pulp Riot had the best saturation out the gate. XMondo had the second best saturation out the gate, followed by Manic Panic, and then what seemed like Pravana being in last. On the first shampoo, we used cold water and a hydrating shampoo that is color safe. The suds, the pigment present in the suds, there was the least amount of pigment present in the suds with the Manic Panic, followed by the least amount with Pulp Riot, and then it was like a dead tie between Pravana and XMondo for pigment present in the suds after the first shampoo. Once that first shampoo was rinsed out, Pulp Riot had the least amount of fadage, followed by XMondo had the second least amount of fadage, and then that was followed by Pravana, then followed by Manic Panic. Then I did hot water with the same hydrating color safe shampoo, and in the suds, you saw the most pigment in the suds from Pulp Riot, followed by XMondo, and then the least amount was in the second least amount of pigment in the suds was Pravana, followed by Manic Panic, probably because the majority of the pigments that we're going to rinse out of Manic Panic came out in the first one. After washing out the shampoo from the hot hydrating color safe, Pravana or Pulp Riot faded the least, Pravana faded the second least, XMondo faded the third least, and then Manic Panic didn't really fade at all because it didn't have much further to fade. So it was the most faded overall at first. And with the clarifying shampoo, again, more pigment was present in the suds from the Pulp Riot, followed by the Pravana, followed by XMondo, and then Manic Panic. When I did a rinse that out, again, least amount of fadage was on the Pulp Riot. The second least amount of fadage was on Pravana. The third least fadage was on the Manic Panic, and the most fadage was on the Mondo. Then I took an iron, a hot iron, flat iron to it. Pravana changed the least. Pulp Riot came in second to least change from the iron. Manic Panic third least change. And the Mondo had the most change. And then after the color remover, Pulp Riot removed the best. Manic Panic removed the second best. Mondo removed the third best. Still quite a bit of pigment left behind. And Pravana said, I ain't going nowhere. Fuck y'all. So overall, Mondo faded the most from the beginning to the end, and for as much as it faded, it was hard to get out. I used Blank Canvas by Pulp Riot to remove it, which across the board has always been the best color remover for vivids for me.
Why are the front two sections colored all the way? They're not. They just wouldn't lift out. So I put a color remover on both of those. That's what came out. This is Mondo's. This is Pravana's. Put color remover on these two. This is Pulp Riot. This is Manic Panic. Yeah, Pravana does have an attitude. She's like, I came onto this scene first, house. And Manic Panic's like, we need to have a conversation. Because, girl, I was here first. You know. So. I love that. The two front sections colored all the way because they don't remove from there. So I just saw like a comment about semi-permanent. Technically, direct dye pigments are semi-permanent because they're not permanent in the hair. However, when hair colorists and hairstylists talk about semi-permanent versus permanent versus demi-permanent, we refer to these as direct dye pigments, and we refer to toners that require activators or low volume developers to work as a semi-permanent, mid-range developers, typically the demi-permanent, and then, you know, your standard 10 through 40 for your permanents. What do you rate Brad Mondo's on a scale of 1 to 10? 4? 5, maybe? Salon tour. There's my retail shelf. This is my station. That's my friend's station. Our wall is that color. That dark color. It's a studio. Five volume. You can mix a lot of permanent colors that are 1-to-1 in a 2-to-1 formula with a lower developer, like 1.9% or a 6 volume or a 5 volume for some companies, and you'll get a semi-permanent effect from it. Oh, thanks. The apron is actually has another strap on it. Hold on, guys. It just said live will turn off or inactivity, and it had me like slide a puzzle piece, but it has a couple straps on it. So they're leather. They don't just have leather. They also have nylon straps if you're a vegan. It's by Victory Barbers. This one costs about $90. It has, so this goes all the way down here. I'll show you with the comb. So that's the long, this is a long comb. This is like a, not your standard comb. This is a Zambia comb. So, right? Same, this side is the same. You just can't fit that. Oh, I'll use a. So this side, typically for like pens and whatnot, right? This one, however, it goes all the way through. And this one is for your shears. That's where you keep your shears. These are my shears. For those that wanted to know, these are mine. So, but also you have a covered pocket here. There's 2 pockets. Then you have an open pocket here, and then you have a zipper here, so you can shake out any hair that gets caught in there. I just did a recap. I'll do it again. Brad Mondo's color. Pulp Riot. Manic Panic did better than Pravana. Do you have to sample shears to find the right ones? I've had those same shears for like 19 years. And I've had these Okay, now the strap on. Okay, there it is. I've had these, my smaller shears, for 13, 15 years. I never use these though. These are my backup shears. They're beveled. So if you notice that they have a bevel on them, so like it's beveled right there. So if you're doing a fade, these aren't great for a fade. They also have to be sharpened at a different angle than your standard shear. This has to be at a 50-degree angle, and I believe standard shears are at 40. And then, no, I'm not left-handed. And then these are my thinning shears that I never ever use. And then, you know, of course, my razor. No, if you thin your hair for too long, it won't stay thin. It may feel that way because it will take forever to grow out, but that's going in the trash. I'll keep the other two on here, but the Mondo is going in the trash. Sorry. I'm not going to have that kind of behavior in my household. Oh, damn, girl. That needs to be fixed. Woof. I'm gonna put you down here for now. Oh, you can get out of everybody's way. Cool. Oh, awesome, thank you. No, I haven't bought the giant shears yet. I have to be a little bit more successful here online for that. I do pretty well on Instagram reel bonuses. You know, I can do like what I can actually purchase the shears that I want with like 1 month of reels, but yeah. So. I hate math, and my business partner, she took AP Calc as a hobby, fucking weirdo, and so she does all our finances. I just put the results away. So, fun fact, if you use Vigaro, sign up for Gusto. They will take care of all your licensing and all that, like your business licensing and all that. And they also set up an account that they automatically pull your taxes and put it into that account. So when it's time to do like your federal tax account, whatever. So when it's time to do your taxes, all that money's already been paid forward. You don't have to like pull it from your savings or keep an eye on it. They do all the work for you. You want to see the outcome? I just put the outcome away. Where were you? I've been here for the last 4 hours. My back is fucking killing me. Speaking of which. Oh, I can drink these all day long. All day long. These are great to keep and refill and have them on you at work. Yeah, salon's closed today. Did you miss it? You missed about 4 hours of it. I haven't tried Good Die Young yet. We'll be posting live on YouTube. It's going to take me a minute to get off my phone over there. But I will be able to probably put together highlights or something on here on TikTok. But am I sponsored by Verb? No. But if you guys want to go message them here on TikTok and on Instagram and tell them to sponsor me. Same with Pulp Riot. What's a service I refuse to do? Sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, and lithium hydroxide relaxers. They challenge the integrity of the hair too much. And studies have shown that they are suspected of increasing the risk of ovarian cancer. So I stopped doing them 11 years ago because of how damaging they can be, but hard to keep up with you guys. Everyone saw the results and booked it, man. So recap, quite simply, like Pulp Riot did the best, Manic Panic did the second best, Pravana did the third best, and XMondo did not do well at all. Mondo looked promising at first. I was like, ooh, look at that, that was vivid. And I really wanted it to put up more of a fight, but it didn't. Yeah, look into their Gusto, and I believe they do 3 months free. Just make sure you have all your paperwork, your LLC, your EIN, your business license number, all of that, have that all ready to go, because they're going to ask you for it one piece at a time, and then they're going to have you fill something out and then send it back in, and then fill something out and send it back in. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but it's worth it because they take care of everything. They're just very thorough. I'm sitting like this because there's a hole in the crotch of these are my favorite jeans, and there's a hole right here. I mean, I'm wearing black underwear, so you couldn't see it if you tried. But I'm trying to be modest. I'm doing my best. Well, there. That's my best Good Trouble impression. Just thighs up in the camera, hands tucked in my armpits. Or it's one side. Mondo's faded really quickly, didn't remove that well. Pravana wasn't budging at all, but Pravana just might require a 10 volume, and Mondo's might require a 10 volume with blank canvas as well, so it just really depends. I will be posting the experiment. 899 of you set a notification for this. So to all of you that did, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Didn't realize it until I went live today. It's like it told me hey, your live's coming up, and I didn't think I was gonna make it on time. Honestly, after almost injuring my back, and then that doll head not working out, and then it's we got snowed in for the most part over the last couple days. The Couve has been easier to drive through, but Portland's been a mess. And then I only had an hour to get into Portland to go pick something up, to get back home, to make sure the dogs are straight, ready to go. And then I take off to get to work. I live a few minutes from work, so it doesn't really take me that long. I can walk home pretty quickly too. Longest lasting violet? Depends on the violet. What I consider violet versus what you consider violet. I really do like hair color lines that have a violet or a double violet in it. 3366 is a double violet in Wella that I absolutely love, and it turns into this really pretty red. as the violet fades away, because blue color molecules are the smallest, so it tends to fade the fastest, leaving behind the red, which is the larger molecule. That's why violets are so hard to make, is because you're putting the smallest molecule up against the largest molecule, and you know, I just thought of a way to make that pigment work if I can find a chemist that could figure out that technology. But I'm getting skinny again. I got a little chubby for a minute. I was 207 pounds beginning of December. Now I'm down to like 190. I've actually been meaning to look into more places. Don't do Locks for Love. They're trash. They're a trash organization. Pantene Pro V had a really good one, but they ended that for whatever reason. That's the only thing Pantene Pro V has done right. Or Pantene has done right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to get going in just a moment, so we're winding down. This is my day off. Yesterday I was supposed to do a color correction and I had to reschedule it for next week, so my back was just bugging me yesterday. It's still kind of bugging me today. Result in order from best overall performance to worst overall performance: Pulp Riot, Manic Panic, Pravana, XMondo. XMondo and Pravana could be argued depending on what you're looking for out of the color line. Overall, I give Broadmondo's performance 1 out of 10. I'd give it a 4, maybe a 5. 5 if I'm being generous. Yeah, 2,000 fewer people in here now. Earlier, it was like 5,600 while I was getting everything set up. Those tape and extensions are trash, dude. They started slipping almost immediately. That's not the company I use. I use Babe. I really like Babe. I am looking at other companies because Babe texture isn't always best for everybody, but I have to go online today and set up my account again so I can order my client's hair. All right, guys, I'm gonna let you go. I'm not sure if you can tell, but I'm like already falling asleep. My husband was like, "Oh, can we go to lunch today?" I'm like, "Do you not hear?" Whatever. But it's gonna come out as soon as possible. I promise. I just have to get it off my phone, and I'm pretty sure I know how to do that. I just have to like get a specific cord because I have the USB-C cords for my phone and everything else. So. Favorite hair care brand for shampoo and conditioner right now? It's Verb. For styling, I would say Kenra Platinum. I like stuff that's clean, that holds well, and smells good. That's not heavy, but not too light. Colt's okay. If you guys want to book with me and you're in the Pacific Northwest in the Portland, Vancouver area, you can message me over on Instagram and I can get you guys set up with that. If you guys find how to get to me to book with me, if you want color done, you have to book a color consultation first, separate from your appointment, because a lot of people will book an all-over color or something, and in reality what they're asking for is like a foliage or something, which takes twice as long, you know, and it's a lot more involved. So usually I have everyone come in for a color consultation first. We sit down, we talk about their goals, their needs, what's possible, what service they're going to need, how much time it's going to take, how much it's going to cost. And then I put all that information in, and then I book the appointment for you. And then moving forward from there, usually you'll rebook with me. Most people do a standing appointment, and then we move forward from there. All right, guys, thanks for joining me. Have a good one. And I'll try to do another one with like Good Die Young and those others on another day in a while, no time soon, because that took a lot out of me. Maybe when my back feels better, we'll see. All right, have a good one.